I declare open this hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Northern Australia. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians on the land on which we meet, the Munupi and all Tiwi people. I pay my respects to their elders past and present, and I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person. Committee members attending are in the room. Myself, Marion Scrimgeour, member for Lingiari as the chair, Senator Orman Payne, Senator for Queensland and from the Australian Greens, and Mr Luke Gosling, member for Solomon and MP in the House of Reps. These are public proceedings and are being recorded. An audio stream of the hearing and a written Hansard transcript will later be published on the Parliament's website. If you have any concerns about recording and publication of your voice or any of the words that you're speaking, please talk to Secretariat staff as soon as possible. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, you're protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated as contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. Do you understand? You know that. So if you don't want anyone in the room when you're talking, and that's for everyone, you can ask for the evidence to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the grounds upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will assist on an answer. Having regards to the ground at which is claimed, if the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I now welcome Karina Coombs and Amy Riley from the Munupi Land Trust.
Thank you.
I now invite you. Do you want to make a short opening statement?
Yeah, just a brief.
So before you give just for the purposes of recording for Hansard, can you state your name, but also the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Amy Riley, the General Manager for Munupi Aboriginal Corporation, and we welcome the opportunity to speak today to the committee. And Munupi Aboriginal Corporation is currently rebuilding governance, administration and operational capacity.
Amy, can I just hold on? Stating your full name and so now I invite you to make a short opening statement, only for the purposes, we've just got to go through this before, so I get you to make an opening statement. At the conclusion of any remarks, when you stop, I will then hand over to members of the committee to ask questions. So I now invite you to make a short opening statement.
Thank you. Munupi welcomes the opportunity to speak with the committee. Munupi Aboriginal Corporation is currently rebuilding governance, administration and operational capacity while also responding to significant economic opportunities across our region, our area. Our priority is to ensure Munupi people are positioned early in the emerging industries, particularly renewable energy, tourism, local enterprise and workforce development, which is a huge conversation at the moment. For Munupi, the issue is not only whether development occurs, but whether local Aboriginal corporations are properly resourced to participate, govern risk, create jobs and retain benefit for the community. Thank you.
Finished? Okay, so Senator Payne?
Yeah.
Orman Payne, sorry.
Thanks very much for your really comprehensive submission. I note that one of the things that you've talked about is the fact for connecting infrastructure and particularly roads. That's something that we hear a lot particularly in the north, right across the north. But I'm wondering if, to make it clearer, I guess, for decision makers to whom we will be giving our recommendations to, if you could talk through some of the practical examples of why that's so important and the issues that you face when you can't use roads, for example, at certain times of the year.
Do you want to talk to Lynn? Yeah, you can talk to that. Is that what you were speaking to? Okay. From my limited time that I've been sitting in this position, access through to get to the other communities, it's all by dirt road. Mm-hmm. When there are no access for funerals, for cultural business, to do other business across to the other communities, it's really difficult for those that are currently in Pearl and Gympie to get there. They miss out, their voice isn't heard, they don't get an opportunity to participate, and then it's a flow-on effect for the rest of the community. How long is it cut off through the years, through the wet season?
It can be cut off for a long time, not only connecting with the...
Can you say your name? Sorry.
Karina Coombs, Director of Moonapee Aboriginal Corporation. But just on the roads, we also got Tiwi College, so we get students from our all communities go to school out there, and it's between Pearl and Gympie and Milkharpy, it's mostly dirt road. So it can get really, really boggy for the kids to attend school. Sometimes they have to do schooling in community and just get their work sent home. And it makes it difficult for the kids to be engaged if that happens. Yeah.
Do I say my name again? Yep. Amy Riley, General Manager for Moonapee Aboriginal Corporation. Another huge issue in terms of the roads and the infrastructure is the vehicles paying for the maintenance, getting them serviced. There's no full-time mechanic here on the community, charge of the barge, the freight, everything to get anything out, and the cost of getting it then back into the community. The wear and tear on it, they don't last as long as what the funding originally is proposed for any type of vehicle that's bought. So the roads is really important. And that again impacts, not only does it impact travelling between communities and servicing and the children and young people, but it also impacts the programs that are currently being delivered on the community if the vehicles aren't operational. People getting out to work as well. I know that the Tiwi Plantation staff members getting out to work, it's a barrier on the roads if the vehicles aren't available to deliver them out there, and then people miss out on jobs.
Yeah.
So thank you.
I'm happy to share the call, Chair.
Yeah, Karina, can you tell us a bit about the Aboriginal Tourism Accelerator program? Because this inquiry is about emerging industries, and it seems to us that kind of tourism and cultural tourism in particular is a big opportunity. And I think you're part of that program. Just wondering if you could just let us know a bit more about it and what the communities need. Roads is one, but what other enabling infrastructure to help with tourism?
Yeah, thanks, look, Karina Coombs again. So yes, I am doing the Tourism Accelerated program in NT. We've got our last showcase next week. So it's a lot of clan groups on the Tiwi Islands going into their own Aboriginal corporations, and they are looking at their own economic development. So I signed up as part of Moonapee to start up tourism in Gympie, and we're looking at low-hanging fruits to start off with the Fort Dundas, Punara, where the British try to do their settlements. So
what's left there? Is there anything to see there?
Yeah, they've got a well, and they've got some stuff, where they had the prisoners. So it's a big ditch there, and maybe it was a hospital.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's also listed as a heritage site. So tourism, we noticed tourism is starting to pick up with all land-owning groups, and that's why they're setting up their corporations. For us at Moonapee, we haven't had tourism since the Clearwater Lodge stopped.
Can I ask where that is? What's the current status of that? Well, either I ask the question of you or I ask the Tiwi Land Council or
the Clearwater Lodge.
Yeah. So what's the current status of Clearwater Lodge?
I can talk to that. Amy Riley, General Manager. So the Clearwater Lodge still currently standing through the OTL. They are looking to have it demolished. There are still some issues around the waste management for when it is demolished, how that actually operates, whether it's here or the cost to actually take it out. And then once that's done, we have got consultants that we're working with the board to sit down and discuss what the next building looks like, the actual design of it. That's happening in July. And then before any of that, or once we've got a clear plan through the board about what's going to be built there, it'll go to the CFM and then through the OTL.
Okay. So you've got existing infrastructure already there. So who is the assessment of that infrastructure that it's unusable or it can't be?
Yes.
All right. So it's and that's where it's up for demolition, Karina.
That's correct, yes.
So under the township leasing area and Munapi Land Trust, what's the arrangement between Munapi and OTL with that? Is there an arrangement in terms of the land trust, or is that through the land council?
No, it's through OTL and Munapi.
Munapi, yep.
Yep, that's correct. So OTL are arranging for the contractors to come and demolish it, and then it will be up to Munapi and the CFM to decide what is going to be built.
What's the CFM? Sorry.
A community
Consultative.
Okay. Okay. And Munapi is part of that, well, drives that community
OTL drive it, and then they reference back to the Munapi board.
So who's paying for, so if you remove the existing infrastructure, so if we look at emerging industries and it's really important, so if you remove the existing infrastructure, who pays for the new infrastructure?
That's something that's going to be investigated through the investment strategy that we're currently working on. In July, our board will be coming together and all the partners involved to actually discuss that. And then once they've decided what it looks like, what the community actually want to use it for, which is going to be tourism, which is where also Punata Tours could sit on top of as one of the options for the tourism.
Okay.
And then we'll be looking for funding. There is some funds there in the investment account, but we'll also be reaching out for investment partners.
Okay. I might, if you're open to this, Karina, in an in-camera session, have a discussion with yourself and Amy just on the process of, like with Clearwater Lodge. I know that there was some litigation, just trying to clarify some of that, but we can do that in camera, so we do it without, we can talk so that, you're protected from any conversations that we have about it, that's all.
Chair, sorry, Gav.
So, Luke?
Did you have something?
No, go on. Oh, we can do it after we finish. I'll tell you. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a Fort Dundas historical site. I mean, the country's beautiful, they're bushwalking, fishing. Is the vibe from the consultations that it'd be sort of a eco-resort style of accommodation? Because obviously the art is incredible, so that's a tourism draw card, but the fishing also is, and just being in a chilled out place. But yeah, it'll be really interesting to learn more about the options that you decide to consider for like ecotourism accommodation, for example. We've been out at Nullarbor and some of the TOs out there buying kind of modular housing that sort of gets bought out and you sort of put it together and connect it to services. But that Clearwater Lodge, I'm just trying to get an idea of the kind of essential services. That Clearwater Lodge, did that have power and water running to it?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is.
So town power and water, not like tanks and...
No.
No. Yeah, and just to make a comment that, construction that's kind of off the grid and self-sustaining, whether it be like combination of rooftop solar and batteries, is meaning that you can keep a lot of those overheads down and it becomes a lot more economical. Just as a observation. Thanks, Chair.
Senator.
Just coming back to your submission and your remarks, you talk about in the submission about, in addition to sort of larger projects, there's also, it's really important that small business be supported, and I'm just wondering if you can talk us through what are some of the small businesses that currently operate, what are the aspirations that people have for small business and that need support?
Yeah. Through the Chair, Amy Riley. With this, as I mentioned in the opening, that Munapi is just starting to come back into and get their governance and their business operational. So part of that is reaching out. Our website is just being developed now, and on there is the invitation for community members, if they have an idea or an enterprise, to submit that, and then we can process it through as part of the economic development and investment strategy that we're developing.
Have people in the community, I mean, obviously that's the formal process, but informally, have there been conversations around the sorts of things that people want to explore?
The tourism with Karina doing the training now, that is the first one that's come across our desk at the moment. In terms of conversations with the community, I'm going to have to refer to Karina to respond to that if she's had any conversations.
We've got, through the Chair, Karina, we've got a couple of small businesses that's already started. The Pinyama Nursery, which is operated through Daniel Costa. So he actually went through TITEB to incubate his business. We've also got Mamanta that are based out at Petramira, so they do a bit of cross-culturing training, and they actually got school kids out there camping for the turtle dreaming at the moment, so they're hosting those children out there as well. So there's two in Palangimpi. Okay.
You also talk about the importance of, and you'll have to forgive me because I haven't come across this program before, the RJED program.
Remote job.
Thank you.
Is that RJED? Remote Jobs and Economic Development.
Yeah, so you talk about in your submission that you want the government to keep investing in it. Maybe can you talk about any successes that you've had in that program to support us pushing for that to continue?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Amy Riley. Is that right? So for Munapi, we've only just applied through the round 3 for the RJED positions. Through that, it's going to create 6 jobs that we've actually applied for, and vehicles so that they can actually deliver the services. And what they're hoping for is to extend the program out into the aged care support network, which we're currently working with the health department in the aged care and NDIS space. The RJED at the moment is currently delivered by Pinyama Nurseries through Daniel Costa, and he has 9 staff that are employed with him that are delivering some really, really valuable services around the community for community members. And he also operates the nursery staff through the RJED program at the moment. So all up, I think he has maybe 11 staff members that are receiving.
What sort of roles are they? What sort of jobs have?
He does housing maintenance support. He does the manicuring or beautification of people's gardens, parks and gardens, and also the nursery. The support for him, I think, would be, look, to be honest, sorry, I'm not even going to talk on behalf of Daniel. Sorry about that. But I do know that the positions are there, and that has supported the community and provided 11 jobs, brand new jobs as well.
This is slightly tangential to the terms of reference, but I hope you'll let me ask, Chair. I'm just interested in, you mentioned aged care.
Yeah.
What kind of access do people have in this community to care for older people?
Did you want me to? Amy Riley. So from what I understand, it's very limited. There isn't anything at all. What the services that we are looking at, and we've spoken to the health department and another organisation, do the assessments of the elderly in the community to see where they fit and what practices they are required to do. There has been some overhaul with the aged care and NDIS portfolio at the moment, so they are still waiting for that to come down to ensure what can be delivered through the Munapi space. What they're looking at is Meals on Wheels, which we are hoping to potentially partner or work with one of the other stakeholders in the community to assist with, because there's no infrastructure through Munapi for an actual industrial kitchen. So it's still very early stages, but the idea is to also do some respite, which is where the vehicle comes into play, to take the elderly to their appointments, across the community, get them to any funerals that they need to go to, and anything they might just want to go out for the day.
Yeah.
So that's where the RGET is trying to pick up and create a position for supporting the aged care if and when that actually happens. With the capacity at the moment through Munapi, we are looking to also be subcontracted to an agency that has all the, according to the new arrangements,
All the back end stuff.
Yes. So, and that will be that's been currently investigated with our board members and also through the health department, the age and disability sector.
So it's a big service gap, but it also has the potential for employment here if you can get it up and running.
It's actually a huge gap here at the moment. That's one of our main agenda items through the board meeting. Yeah.
I might follow on from that one, Chair, and just ask about early childhood education. So there's a little school here, or do the kids go somewhere else for school? So
there's an education. The NT government have got the education department, but there's also a childcare here as well. They operate under the education department. You're going to have to talk to the childcare, because I've not had much to do with the childcare, but the school is here, and then they've got Tiwi College for the senior college.
Yeah, for high school kids.
Yes, yeah. But here it's junior, primary.
So on this side of the island,
Yeah.
Hurley and Millie is NT government.
Yeah.
Warram-Younger is Catholic education.
Yeah.
So, like, who works at the
Private.
early childhood centre? Like
Local staff members, yeah.
Yeah, but local people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. That's great. So sorry if I can just go back to the tourism accelerator. So will that group kind of graduate with is it a CDU certificate course type thing, or?
No, it's not a certificate program. It's just helping to establish the business. So we've got a showcase next week with the IBA and NT Tourism and Events, bring in all the trade partners and investors. So that's our opportunity to draw in investors.
Yeah. For example, someone who might invest in whatever the decisions made about, infrastructure at Clearwater Lodge or whatever, looking for investors. So this with the turtle dreaming, is there a time of the year where people can watch turtles come up and lay their eggs and stuff?
Karina, yeah. The turtle dreaming camp, it's just like a educational camp for the kids.
Yeah.
But they call it turtle dreaming because the rangers also go out and talk to kids about environmental stuff and the things that they do.
Yeah.
So it's not just all based on turtles. It's learning on country. Learning
on country, yeah. But just in terms of the tourism draw, which is already significant, but there's this company out of Darwin where you go to Bear Sand Island and watch the turtles come on shore and stuff. Is that type of thing available here?
There is potential.
There's potential.
Yeah. We've got a place called Imlu where all the turtles come up, and that's where all the research happens, and plenty of turtles up there. So there is potential for Munapi to go into that market.
Yeah. Well, I just think it'd be very...
Yeah, and maybe some of these questions, but I mean, I think it'd be really good to ask some of these questions of Tiwi Land Council and other, I think we can get Karina to move a couple of her hats. So while she's sitting here as Munapi Land Trust, she could also, in terms of the Land Council, so we could, certainly invite Brenton soon as the CEO of Land Council, but we'll finish with Munapi.
Pretty exciting.
Are you finished asking?
I'm
Thank
excited.
you. Thank you. I just got one more question of Amy. Amy, you talked very early in the piece about there's no mechanic in this community.
Yeah.
is there an opportunity, I mean, as part of your business, you know, one of the trust doing a business plan, is there plans to look at setting up because I know that this community's always wanted a community garage, a lot of people with their houses, and I know that the council is the only one that's got, you know, a workshop, and it'd be really good, you know, whether Munapi would look at that as well as part of the small business, Karina, you know, like to put in place, because that would be an important thing for this community too.
Absolutely, that's not something that's not off the table. Again, it's around the infrastructure, and then that needs to go through the CFM and ultimately the decision through the OTR for any sort of infrastructure, and then applying for it. The idea for Munapi at the moment is, again, to become sturdy in their governance and their capacity building. If we are successful with round 3 RGED, we can then go ahead and apply for the next lot of RGED based on the decision of what the board decide, where they would like to go, what direction, as well as following on from the investment strategy, which is going to hit full throttle in coming through July. But it's definitely not.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Oh. And there's a lot of things. I've spoken to a couple of people around the old orchard that was here, and that people would like to see that reinvigorated, and that there was a bakery here. That you know, there's lots of opportunities, but it's from previous experience that needs to be explored based on available funding and infrastructure. And
that's why it'd be good if you're happy, because then I can talk to my 2 committee colleagues, and then we have just that small in-camera session, Karina, if that's all right, just to work through what some of those issues have been for Munapi and how do we take that on board. So when I say in-camera, so when we do the report to the Federal Parliament, anything you say to us in that session doesn't get put on in our report to the Parliament. That's mainly for the deliberation of the committee members, and committee may choose to take that issue up outside of the formal process to the Minister, so we can talk directly to the ministers rather than wait for the committee to table its report to the Parliament. So that's why I'm just saying, let's take some of the, you know, we can take some of this out of this process and then have a discussion that might be a bit more productive.
Yeah. I think so.
All right. The Secretary. All right. Look, if there's is there anything else you wanted to add, Amy?
Yeah, I just want to, on behalf of Munapi, over the last couple of board meetings that we've had, the conversation around the renewable energy is right at the forefront. So what we've currently we've put in place is we've applied for the First Nations renewable energies information grants, and we're hoping for that to come out because there is talks currently happening at the moment around what the energy looks like for Pearl and Gympie and where Munapi actually sit.
What happened with this power station?
Yeah, so that has obviously kicked everything into first gear. Second gear, you know, it's already on the move. It is still in conversational processes, but applying for this grant puts Munapi families and the whole of Munapi, including the CFM, in a position where they understand what renewable energy is, what the benefits are, what is available, and referencing to Luke talking about the Clearwater new development. Yes, that is a conversation that will be addressed when the experts are here to inform the board and the community. And it's not just the solar. They want to explore potentially, you know, the water farming, renewable energy. They want to explore the batteries on the houses for independent houses, but also working with all the other stakeholders to make sure that Munapi get the best opportunity with generator and renewable. I'm not an energy expert, but which is why we're going to get these people to come in and.
So who are you pulling over? Can I ask, Amy?
We're just putting our submission in now. It's going in next week, so we're waiting for that to happen before we can say yes, they're coming on board. We're also trying to ensure.
Now, who are you done it through? Who's it gone through?
Morris Piper are doing it through. Hang on. I have to think which. I've applied for so many grants, and I have to
Department of, is it Climate and Energy? Is it federal?
It's federal.
Okay.
Yeah, it's federal funding. So that's what we're looking at, and hopefully we'll have a response by July, August, which we then can start the work and the conversations around it. And for Munupi and the Munupi families, it's just about ensuring that they're at the table first, not coming in as a token consultation when all the big decisions have been made. And that's why they need to be informed before everyone's sitting at the table.
That's great.
Yeah, that's where the board are.
All right. Look, thank you for your evidence today. So we've agreed to any responses on questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the handout transcript. But I'll talk to you whether during the lunch break, Karina, what time we'll do this quick session and just catch up. It doesn't have to be we can sit around and just have a formal catch up about Clearwater and have that process move forward. Yeah. That's good. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we might get Tiwi Land Council, Tiwi and Tiwi Regional Council.
Tiwi Land Council and
Tiwi Land Council, Tiwi Resources and Tiwi Regional Council. Tiwi Islands Regional Council. This might be a longer session, this one. Oh? No, you and Luke, and then I'll come in.
I feel like I potentially asked them already. They're going to tell me the same thing.
So Heidi's with the local government. So that's Heidi with the black dress.
Yeah.
And the mayor, so Lynette, who's the mayor. Brenton's the CEO of the Land Council. When I introduction, but you each to say your name, and then each time before you talk, you need to say your name and the capacity in which you. So I now welcome representatives from Tiwi Land Council, Tiwi Resources, and Tiwi Islands Regional Council. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the committee has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacities in which you appear today?
Karina Coombs, trustee of Munupi and the Tiwi Land Council Executive.
Brenton Toy, Interim Chief Executive Officer, Tiwi Land
Oh, I
Council.
heard CEO of Tiwi Land.
Next week.
But anyway, congratulations.
Yvonne Kelly, Business Manager for Tiwi Resources.
Dan Pajimi, Director, Tiwi Resources. Alice Mankara, Tiwi Resources, Chairperson and Director.
Heidi Dawn, Chief Executive Officer, Tiwi Islands Regional Council.
Lynette DeSantis, Mayor, Tiwi Islands Regional Council.
I'll now start from this end and then work our way through. But I now invite you to make a short opening statement and at the conclusion of any remarks, but we'll wait until each person has made their statement. But I now invite you, Karina, to do a short opening statement.
Good morning, Chair Karina Coombs. Good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Karina Coombs. I am the Tiwi Land Council's trustee for the Munupi Clan Group. Beside me, I have interim CEO Brenton Toy and Deputy Chair Mr. Wanameri. On behalf of the Tiwi Land Council and Tiwi people, we are very happy you have come to visit us here today on Tiwi Islands. In our submissions to the inquiry, we explained that as Tiwi people, our culture and country are greatest strength for us. We hope you can see this today. Our submission has covered a lot of opportunities and challenges that we see for different industries that the committee is interested in exploring. I wanted to briefly share a light on some of the things that weren't highlighted through the terms of reference. So firstly, for opportunities, the really important role of small businesses, as you would have heard before. Three great examples are Pinyama Nursery, Mamanta and Jipangway, that's happening over at Milkapuri. These are all 100% Tiwi owned and culturally driven small businesses that are creating economic opportunities for their owners and social impact for Tiwi people. The second is economic opportunities that can be created by investing in homelands. This year, the Tiwi Land Council is doing a project to understand the aspirations of Tiwi people for their homelands. One of the greatest themes from the consultation so far is that Tiwi people have ideas for businesses and jobs on country, and some Tiwi people are already turning these ideas into reality, like Mamanta are doing at the moment. For example, Mamanta, Shane Tupamanta Mary and Temia Bala welcome visitors to the homeland of Putumera, which is on Munupi country for cross-cultural learning experiences. And as we mentioned earlier, they currently have the Turtle Dreaming Camp with the school kids. You also got Yimpanari Clan Group about to start works this dry season on the Healing Centre at Jesse River. We've also got the Masalari Prawn Farm project is moving from the research to development phase towards a pilot demonstration farm at the Renku homeland. These businesses enable Tiwi people to spend time on country while generating income and enabling intergenerational and cross-cultural knowledge transfer. We urge the Australian and NT governments to properly fund basic infrastructure on homelands. This will support co-investment by traditional owners so that homelands can be both cultural and economic hubs. Some of the challenges, I just want to mention two of the biggest barriers to economic participation on Tiwi Islands, which I'm sure you will hear repeated many times today and perhaps elsewhere in your travel. This is the importance for connecting infrastructure, our roads and our ferry. We have described the issue in our submission and shared some photos with the committee. Without good roads and sea connection between our islands, it is much harder to share job opportunities equally between our communities. For example, if someone from Milkapuri wants to work at forestry, they need to leave very early in the morning, especially when the roads are very bad in the wet season. Recently, forestry has started offering workers to stay at Yapalika, which is very helpful. As we've said in our submission, the roads impact all access of Tiwi life and economic opportunities, connecting between Tiwi communities, access to education, particular Tiwi College, access to our homelands and more. In the short term, we desperately need more funding for Tiwi Islands Regional Council to maintain our roads. In the longer term, we want to see the whole of Islands road network sealed. We also need funding to fix the Paru ferry landing and to get a backup ferry. The second biggest infrastructure challenge is waste management. In our submission, we spoke about the impact on the government housing program but it's also impacting tourism. For example, we want to demolish the Clearwater camp in Palangampi so we can build new tourist facility, but we don't have the space in the current landfill. We need investment to better manage waste and support environmental and community health, including transfer stations, so we can sort the waste and get most of it off the island rather than expanding landfill. And I'm pretty sure Regional Council will cover more on that.
Yep.
I'll now hand over to Brenton.
All good, thank you. Brenton Toy, Interim Chief Executive Officer, Tiwi Land Council. Thank you to the Munapi trustee for comprehensive opening statement and a lot of stuff in there that speaks to our submission. I've got a statement here that I'll read through, but on a general comment, like, it's so good to have Regional Council, Tiwi Resources, the Land Council all at the same table together. Like, we're talking about emerging industries. I think for things to really work in the future, we need these organisations to be working together, and the last few weeks has been a great experience for me, and I can't thank the other organisations enough for that collaborative effort. So just a general comment. Thank you, Karina, Munapi trustee. As I said, Brenton Toy, Interim Chief Executive Officer, Tiwi Land Council. Comprehensive statement from our trustee, so I won't go too much into it. A key message from the committee today is that Tiwi people have a vision and determination and our aspirations. Whether it's our old people and their vision for forestry, and we'll hopefully hear later, and it was great hearing Gibson Farmer talk about the history of that, and the creation of TITEB, and we'll hear from them as well. Our plans for aquaculture, the prawn farm, our small businesses that Tiwi Resources are supporting, and Tiwi Enterprise on the islands, and we're working to bring these dreams to reality and really get the realisation of this. For a long time, Tiwi people have been promised many things and under-delivered. So, as trustee said, our culture is our greatest strength, and Tiwi people continue to look for economic opportunities that align with our values and caring for people and country. As we can see from existing consulting and tourism businesses, there is economic opportunity in sharing our culture. I will also take a moment to acknowledge the achievement of Tiwi people, and we've spoken about it already, and about to complete their final block of the IBA and Aboriginal Tourism NT Accelerator Program. So Munapi trustee Karina Coombs, Justina Pruntata Mary Dunn from Yipanari, and Norman Tipalura from Wulliranku. They all follow last year's Tiwi cohort of Dennis Dunn and Rex Pungachi. And so all of these individuals are representing their own clan groups or corporations and have aspirations for new business on country. We are pleased that all of our clan groups have now established or are in the process or the final stages of establishing their own corporations to give them their own economic independence. With the right back of house support, and we've heard that before mentioned in the evidence, strong governance, our corporations are the engines for economic opportunity led by Tiwi people. Finally, on behalf of the Tiwi Land Council, I'd like to thank all of the organisations who are speaking with the committee today. We're all working hard for a good, not a good future, a great future for Tiwi people. And as I said at the beginning, we are stronger together. And probably the last comment is thank you for taking the time to come up to Tiwi. I remember in the hearing that we said, you know, we'd love to invite you up, and to see that realised too, we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenton. I now invite either Yvonne Kelly or Alice as chair to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alice Mankara. Tiwi Resources is owned by the 8 owning clan groups, and the board is made up of 1 director from each of 8 groups. Our major projects include managing the Tiwi Rangers program. This project essentially funded through NIAA. We currently employ 15 rangers, 4 of whom are female. This also concludes the Junior Ranger program, which works with students from both Tiwi College and Xavier Catholic College. We have secured funding to build a ranger base at Ranku on Bathurst Island. We will then be employing up to 4 extra rangers to be based there. The rangers work hard to manage our beautiful island, including biosecurity, marine coastal management, fire, weeds, feral animal management, and managing the IPA. The Tiwi Fire and Carbon Project is also managed by the Rangers. It started with grant funding support from the ILSE, but is now 100% Tiwi owned and managed. The carbon credits generated are used to support the ranger program in the first instance, and then to support community projects as funds allow. The Mapulari Prawn Farm is a joint project with the Ranku Clan Group and CSIRO. We are now seeking funding for the capital infrastructure needed to establish the farm at Ranku. The project will provide jobs and commercial opportunities for Tiwi people. The challenges we're facing is developing and expanding on these projects include the condition of the roads, which makes it difficult for our rangers to carry out their work. Staff housing is in short supply, and accessing funding to build new housing is difficult. Waste management is becoming more difficult and costly. We now have just one barge company serving the islands, resulting in increased cost and poorer standard of service. Despite these changes, we are very positive about the current project and the opportunity for us to build on these, creating jobs and economic opportunities for Tiwi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today.
Thanks, Alice, and I'll invite now Heidi Dawn, Heidi or Lynette, who will speak.
Heidi Dawn, Chief Executive Officer, Tiwi Islands Regional Council. Pupani Tapanari, good morning, Chair and Committee. The Tiwi Islands are rich in culture, knowledge and opportunity. Tiwi people have a strong connection to country and generations of knowledge to share. We want to see more Tiwi families out on country, developing sustainable businesses on their homelands and creating opportunities that are owned and led by Tiwi people for generations to come. Council supports economic development and wants to play a key active role in enabling growth across the Tiwi Islands. We're committed to working together with all stakeholders, as Brenton said earlier, to create sustainable opportunities for our communities. One of our biggest barriers to growth, investment and job creations on the Tiwi Islands is infrastructure, particularly roads. While there is interest in developing industry, attracting investment, access remains the major constraint. Reliable roads are essential for moving people, equipment, goods, accessing ports and supporting operations. To support investment and economic growth, all-weather access is essential. We're not talking about bush tracks, we're talking about key roads connecting our communities and our ports to these assets. This is not just about future development. Even today, some of our critical infrastructure is located on roads that are not accessible all year round. Our largest community can be cut off from essential assets, including the waste facility, communication tower, water bores and water storage tanks. If we cannot access and maintain infrastructure that supports our community today, it becomes difficult to talk about sustainable growth tomorrow. The Tiwi Islands already have significant opportunities in tourism, forestry, ports and other industries. However, without reliable access, it becomes harder to attract investment, create jobs and reduce the cost of doing business. Roads are not simply a transport issue. They are enabling infrastructure that underpins economic participation and long-term growth. Council is keen to support projects that create lasting benefits for Tiwi people. However, funding these programs must recognise not only the cost of construction, but the ongoing maintenance required to keep this infrastructure operating and delivering benefits into the future. The opportunity exists today. The Tiwi Islanders have the people, the culture and the potential. What we need is the infrastructure investment to unlock that potential and create sustainable economic opportunities for future generations. Thank you.
I now invite questions from members of the committee. Senator.
I might go to the council first, noting that one of these recommendations was in the Tiwi Land Council submission, but it pertains to your organisation, and that is local government funding and the suitability of the amount that councils get. And I guess if you could expand upon the need, why there's a need for increased local government funding, and maybe speak to the areas in particular where you fall short and the impact that that has on this community.
For sure. Heidi Dawn, CEO, Tiwi Islands Regional Council. The funding for roads, for maintaining, for waste management, falls significantly short because of our location. Transport costs have gone up, barge costs have gone up by 51%. Obviously, with the increase of fuel at the moment, the limited amount of contractors on the island, so everything has got to be barged in. So our costs of mob nearly take up our entire funding before we actually get anything delivered to island. So to get significant plant to develop roads, to provide any kind of maintenance is nearly taken up by the time we get the crews here. We need to invest in Tiwi people. We need to build their skills up so we can eventually be sufficient. We need to invest in machinery so we can be sufficient on these islands. So we don't have to bring everything from mainland. That in itself is creating more jobs. It's creating onus on your own land and giving those people the responsibility to take control and look after the land. If we're competing with Darwin, with mainland pricing and things like that, the index that we get for our roads per kilometre is nowhere near what some of those main communities on mainland get. And, and the cost for us is significantly higher, but the index that we get per kilometre is significantly less. It's about 1/6 of what a mainland council get per kilometre.
Can I just ask you, and excuse my ignorance, but who sets that index? Is that state or federal government?
It's state.
Okay.
So, so Heidi Dawn. That is something I know is being looked at, and we don't want to take away from what mainland get, but we want to make sure that it is sufficient for Tiwi people, and that's not only Tiwi, but there's other obviously communities that are in the same position as us. That we don't have assets on an island. We don't have civil contractors to make it competitive for us to do business. The pool that we have to pick from, they can nearly charge what they like because there is no one else competitive out here. So, it'd be great to invest in some Tiwi businesses or back into local government so we can be sustainable ourselves. And that's just maybe not funding for the government, but funding for these other local businesses so we can lean on them when we need to do these works.
Yep. There you go.
So, are you going down to the Australian Local Government meeting?
Yes. Yep.
So, a big part of, Vic Daly, Roper Golf, I think one of the things that need to constantly be pushed is your FAGS money, that should be done not on population but on need.
Yeah.
And I think that the councils, local government councils in the Northern Territory need to start banding together to start putting that. Because I know West Arnhem and Roper Golf all have the same issue. Luke?
So you're on the GANT, on the board of...
Yes, we are. Yeah. And that is something that is being discussed at the moment. And it's not to take away from those other councils. It's just for that that index, to be fair, on location actually costs. You know, with barge increases of 51% at the moment, it's even our federal R2R money wouldn't even get us 1 kilometre, and that's over 5 years.
Yeah, but that's because the formula is based on population rather than need.
Yeah,
and Legant, we keep telling Legant they need to look at a way in which they can change
the on actual.
And we've significantly increased roads.
No, we have given more money for roads to recovery, but it still doesn't cover.
I understand.
The need that remote councils get. Darwin City Council and, the municipals, the formulas for the municipals are completely different to when you look at these councils. But yeah.
So you haven't got your own graders or sealers, asphalt?
Heidi Dawn. Yes, we've got limited machinery. And machinery is purchased out of, our untied funds, which is what we were talking about with the fags and our untied funds. So not only is that money got to be split per kilometre to maintain the roads, it's also got to be to reinvest in those machinery as well. So it's either got to be subcontracted out, which is a huge cost, or then to purchase our own machines, which is also a huge cost. So to be sustainable and purchase our own machines is the plan moving forward. Yeah. We've just got to build up that to get there, but also maintaining the roads while we're going.
So you have some plants, but you'd like to get more plants so you can be more self-sustaining, and you've got Tiwi Islanders that are qualified on the machinery, or is that where you kind of need a bit of vocational education and training? Like, does CDU have a presence over here to do those?
We do. We've got a number of providers, so TITEB, which I'm sure you'll hear from shortly, and CDU as well, that we can lean on. We have limited skills, but we would love to increase that, because then that is creating, sustainability within the council, within Tiwi people, that they have those skills, and we don't have to keep relying on mainland for them.
Does the regional council have any tourism assets?
No assets, no.
So they're all run by the Aboriginal community organisations? Corporations.
Yeah, so...
Tourism, like there's one.
So Chair, all our roads lead to those assets though. So everything that we are struggling to maintain each year and get flooded during every wet season lead to...
A road question to the council, but I'm waiting.
No, you go.
All right. What's your Tiwi workforce, Mayor, can I ask?
Our Tiwi workforce?
Yep.
At the moment. Excuse me. I think it was pretty much the same as when you was there. Was what, about Sorry.
So when I was
Lynette Santis, Tiwi Islands Regional Council. Our Tiwi workforce is about 78%.
Okay.
75 Tiwi workers.
75.
90%.
75? Okay.
Yep.
And do those, so how many of those, can you just break down, can we get copies of the breakdown of, and we're not just asking Tiwi Regional Council, we've asked all of the councils in terms of the percentage of Aboriginal workers versus non-Aboriginal workers and skills and qualifications, because that's one of the terms of reference of attracting and retaining a skilled workforce. What is council doing? What's the strategy of council in terms of retaining and attracting and retaining a skilled workforce? So we talk about greater operation, like parks and gardens, so all the services that the council does. Is that workforce, Heidi, spread over all of those functions, and what capacity, or what's the strategy in place for Tiwi Islands Regional Council to retain that workforce?
So Heidi Dawn, we've got about 90% Tiwi.
Yep.
in employment, that is our aim. Any roles that we don't have on island, and it could be the trades roles to bring in, and the aim is then to train, to put a Tiwi with that tradesperson and pass those skills on so they can be sustainable. That is 100% the focus of the council, and the direction that we want to go is to pass those skills back. So eventually it can be a full Tiwi-led council with skills that are sustainable to do roads, to do maintenance, to run the ferry, to provide sport and rec services and all the things that the council delivers. And reinvesting in training, whether it be from small engines, we're looking at civil courses at the moment. They're all the things to get us to that point, and to get Coxswain to run the ferry and things is where we've already invested and started, but definitely to build up those skills.
That's great. Brenton, can I just, in terms of roads, because we've heard a lot of people have raised the issue of roads and infrastructure, and so the roads leading out to all of these communities, the main roads, and I've spoken to the Land Council previously about this. So all the roads on island are in the category of private roads. That means that your roads funding is in a different category than if you were a road in the mainland, because public access. And even though these roads are the only public access that our mob have, is the Land Council, when will the Land Council start having conversations or discussions about changing the status of the road corridors on the Tiwi Islands?
Thank you, Chair.
You can either take it on notice or you can answer me now.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Brenton Toy, Interim Chief Executive. I think it's something that we can take up straight away. If that's and that's probably been the challenge, is the lack of clarity around who's responsible for what, and whether it's a private road, whether it's a public road, and quite often we get, not this door, that door, and so we talk to the Northern Territory Minister, and the response is, oh no, regional council are responsible for that, and a lot of bits of, responsibility shifting, we'll put it that way, yeah. And so I think the first bit is getting clarity around who's responsible for those things, and then working out where the gaps are, and then if it is a matter of us having to make an approach to have the status of those roads changed, well then that's what we'll do, and we can do that straight away, yeah, if that's what we know we need to do, yeah.
Because remote Aboriginal communities are discriminated against in terms of roads funding, because governments continually say that they're private access roads and we don't fund private access roads. Yeah. So if we want to look at access but we want to look at economic development, I think that, there's got to be conversations across the island with all the clan groups, and Land Council's in a prime position, like you can do it here. Yeah. Western Arnhem Land, they were having those conversations, and they're starting to have conversations elsewhere where those roads become private access roads, because we can talk about economic development and opportunities and access. It's not going to happen unless Land Councils drive that process.
Yeah. Yeah, so we can drive it, and I guess for us that's the bit, and I'm sort of, day 1, 2 into the role or whatever, but getting clarity around who's responsible.
It's only a small thing to you.
But yeah, getting clarity around the responsibility of that, because, and we'll talk, and I think you've got OTL in there today, and because we've got a few layers and players in there with the OTL, the Land Council, the Regional Council. I guess our view on it is that those corridors between those townships, they've got leases on them that are open to the public, effectively are public roads.
Just the town's public.
Yeah.
All the other roads are on Land Trust land. Yeah. And I'm looking at a former chair sitting over there of Tiwi Land Council, and Uncle Gibbo can tell you this is all of the roads outside of the township are on Land Trust land. So it's Land Council, Land Trust responsibility.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you. And and I guess that's the contradicting part. We were at Barunga last week with Minister Edgington, and he was like, regional councils are funded to do those roads, and yeah, and so we're
slippery.
Yeah.
Sorry, can we
there are other members that were down there that can, that was the advice that we were given. Yeah.
The Commonwealth Government fund the Northern Territory Government, and so there's funding that regional councils get, but regional councils are hamstrung in that their formulas are set because of the status of the road. And because the status of the roads, particularly on Aboriginal land, are all private, what Bendigo Council down south might get versus Tiwi Island Regional Council are just Bendigo's up here and we're down here. But the need down here is greater. Land councils could change the thing on that by saying, okay, let's have and watch Australian government departments and others shudder once you start having that conversation because it opens up a whole lot of different, and it's something that I've been pushing for a long time. Because that's the only way it's going to change.
Yeah, something that we'll certainly discuss with our executive.
And I'd love to have a conversation with you, Brendan. It'd be really good.
Thank you.
Take that off the record, son. I'm joking. Sorry. Lou?
We're talking about emerging industries in aquaculture. Who kind of knows the most about the Ranku pilot demonstration prawn farm?
It's probably me.
What can you tell me about that, Yvonne, and about both where it's at, but also like how repeatable it is around some other areas of the Tiwis, and apart from roads, because we've covered that, what other enabling infrastructure we call it, but just what other supports could help it become a bigger employer and a bigger generator of wealth for the communities?
So Yvonne Kelly, Business Manager for Tiwi Resources. The Mapillari Prawn Farm project is very much in its infancy. We've been working with CSIRO over the last maybe 3 or 4 years doing the research around the farming methodology that they want to use. At the very beginning, they did testing from around the islands, testing on each of the 8 clan groups' country, and there were 2 areas that were deemed most suitable. One was at Ranku, which has been the chosen one, and another one was on Mantiyipui country just out of Wurrumianga. But that doesn't mean there wasn't other areas that were suitable across the island. So the Ranku site that's been chosen, it's as a pilot farm. And the idea is that test it and see, and if it's successful, then expand the farm across the islands, setting up other locations as well. So CSIRO have been a great partner, and the research has been really strong. So we're at the point now where we're looking for funding to pay for the next stage, which is really the capital infrastructure around setting up the trial farm at Ranku, which involves 6 ponds, but it also involves the infrastructure around, the workers' camp, the treatment facility and so forth. So what we're looking at is that once that capital infrastructure is in place and the farm is built, that infrastructure can then be used for other commercial activities out there at Ranku. So the workers' camp, for example, becomes a motel and so forth. Probably linking into Heidi's point about the road plant and machinery, we would need heavy equipment to build the farm, to build the ponds, and then once it's built, the equipment is there to work on roads or whatever it is across the island. So it's sort of seen as this is what we need now to build the infrastructure, but it's got a long-term use. I've
talked with people about that in the past as well. There and that future use, whether it be for tourism or some other purpose, is is great. But what sort of investment are you looking forward for to get the ponds and the associated pumps and treatment, whatever, but also just enough camp facilities to get started? But what's to go with utilities? Is there already town power to the site, or?
There's town power for what will be the workshop area, but not to the ponds itself. That's out of town, so that'll be infrastructure that's needed to be established. Ballpark figure is we're looking for a lazy $20 million to set it up, which I'm sure you've got that, Luke, in your back pocket.
Yeah, it's good to have an idea.
Yeah, but
so just to be clear, that's to establish the ponds?
Yeah, establish the ponds, the infrastructure behind it, the workers' camp, the workshop shed that they'll need to work out of, and so forth.
Yeah. And where does the stock come from? Is that from Vietnam or something? Or?
No, the stock will come from Darwin. Initially it'll come from the East Coast, but CSIRO are looking at setting up a hatchery in Darwin, and so then that will be a much better solution in terms of less stress on the spat that gets taken across.
CSIRO.
So they've got the ponds and the sites.
So they're doing their research out at Berry Springs. Yeah. And we've got the sites selected at Ranku. Yeah. We're in the process of beginning clearing, but that's as far as we can go until we can get funding.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's at Berry Springs?
The ponds. We should invite him to come into my electorate and
So Berry.
But there's ponds there. The old Barra Farm, you mean?
Yeah, the Barramundi Adventures.
The Barramundi Adventures, yeah.
So they've allocated
with some of the ponds there.
Yeah, so they've given Cyro the bottom part of, and they've got a couple of ponds which they're trialling these prawns.
Yeah.
And they're having great success, which will be easier in transportation and less stress on the animal.
Yeah. So CSIRO have been working really closely with the Ranku TOs, and there's a crew of them who have been learning about the project on the way through. And so we've had funding through Tiwi Land Council through the stimulus funding, which is supporting that project as well, and supporting those guys working in the project.
CSIRO's putting a lot of in-kind work with it. You should. I'll give you the mud map. You can go down and see them.
Yeah.
We'd be happy to tell you that.
Yeah.
And have the Barramundi Farm mob been out here as well? Yeah, Humpty Doo? Give you some advice on, or is that too?
I don't.
Sort of bigger a project.
It's a different project, I think, and I know that CSIRO are working specifically with Barramundi Adventures at that location.
Yeah, I just wondered if aquaculture seems to me, along with tourism and forestry, seem to be the good opportunities.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Just coming to Tiwi Resources, you talked about the fact that there's a number of challenges in terms of expansion of the program, being the roads and the supporting infrastructure, housing and waste management. I'm wondering if we've heard a fair bit about the roads. I'm wondering if you could maybe speak a little bit to the issues that you're having with housing and waste management.
Yeah. Yvonne Kelly, Business Manager for Tiwi Resources. So waste management is becoming more and more of an issue, especially with commercial waste, which has to now be taken into town. And so that means it's just an extra cost on projects. But also the current rubbish dumps, just being able to access them throughout the wet season, that becomes quite problematic. but it comes back to the cost of removing commercial waste into Darwin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. What about housing? What are the issues around housing?
Yeah, so housing is always an issue for staff, and it's not just for Tiwi Resources, it's for a lot of businesses. We are constantly looking at different locations. To actually find a location within community where you can build a new house is another issue. We're looking at building a house up at Millicapity on the block where we've got our Marine Ranger shed, and there's space on that block for a house, but we just need to get funding to do it. And we will get the funding. We'll make that happen, because it's really important that we've got housing so that we can have our coordinators and managers there to support the Ranger program.
When you say it's difficult to find land for housing,
yeah,
which organisations are the ones that have to help us?
Yeah, I'm talking within the township leases, and so it's Office of Township Leasing, and often they're full. There's not many spare blocks around.
Okay.
Service lot. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have something you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, I can just add to that. So there's only one serviceable lot available. Brenton Toy, Interim CEO, Tiwi Land Council. There's only one serviceable lot available at Millicapity at the moment. And the other bit to that is around waste management is the $4 billion over the 10 years for the Remote Housing Partnership. We've got a challenge at the moment where we need to do 7 demolitions down at Warramyunga, but we've got a waste removal issue there. The building waste can be taken off island, but we've got to deal with the green waste issue. But until we deal with that, those 7 houses aren't getting built, which is having an impact on the 2,700 house target that we've set through the Joint Steering Committee. And so that's a different, I guess, angle on the housing issue and waste. Is that it's holding up community housing.
Yeah. So can I just follow on from what Senator was saying, that with the houses, Brenton, with the service lots and the availability of that, at the Joint Steering Committee level, are people working through, because it's 4 land councils, the Northern Territory and the Commonwealth Government. So what's the view going through? Yeah,
and I guess the biggest challenge at the moment is the resourcing of the land servicing work that needs to be done. And so there's a bit of a debate at Joint Steering Committee around who's responsible for doing the land. Correct. And so that's what the 4 land councils are saying, is that the land servicing funds shouldn't be taken out of the $4 billion, because that's to build houses, and that's kind of really the hold up now, is getting some clarity and some understanding around who's responsible for the land servicing, and that the 4 land councils don't want it to come out of the housing pool.
Well, it doesn't. So they gave some figures to us at the Alice Springs Leadership Group. They were saying if they were to reduce the number of houses through the housing, the $4 billion, there would be 1,000 less houses delivered across the Northern Territory remote community.
Yep, that'd be about right. Yeah.
If they were to use it for the service lots,
which
is just wrong. Communities shouldn't have to suffer.
Yeah. So the 4 land councils, we're doing our best to hold the NT government to account, to say that that's your responsibility. But there's a bit of a...
Yeah. So he went to the last land council meeting. The minister?
He came to the joint executive meeting down
at Barunga.
Barunga, correct, yeah.
And were you able to talk to him through that? Or?
Yeah.
Because he's probably the most reasonable out of all of the CLP ministers.
Yeah.
That minister is probably the only reasonable minister in the Northern Territory government. He's actually he's a good bloke.
Yeah. And so that was commentary.
I can't believe I said that. Minister, Luke.
But that
Can you take that off Hansard?
That was commentary that was consistent, down there as well. And so absolutely we advocate for all sorts of things, and it's kind of, where do you start? Like, no matter what we're doing, we need more money for whatever it is, housing, roads, anything in Aboriginal affairs. So I guess his challenge is going back to his government and his cabinet and getting agreement there, and I think that's where the sticking point might be. Yeah.
So you don't have to answer this, but I'd like to ask you this. Would the Tiwi Land Council, like CLC and Diliaqua and Northern, support a productivity commission audit which looks at the funding that comes from the federal government into the Northern Territory?
Yep, Brenton Toy, Interim Chief Executive Officer, Tiwi Land Council. I think that was a common theme around greater levels of transparency of Commonwealth funding going through to the NT government, and so any inquiry into that funding where we can get some transparency and accountability. But the land councils were wanting to take that further and going, what are the consequences for non-delivery and non-compliance? So the land council would certainly support any approach to investigating the appropriate use of Commonwealth funds to deliver outcomes for Territorians.
We took a submission yesterday from Yotha Yindi Foundation and Gumach Association, which are calling for a Productivity Commission audit on all the GST funding, but I think it needs to be broader than just the GST funding.
Yeah, well, Land Council last week were calling for greater controls around the NTRAI funding that the Northern Territory receives, and then any other funding coming into the Territory being tied to closing the gap targets.
Did you put out any communications to that point?
I can send it from the four languages.
Yeah, there's a joint, Brenton Toy from CEO, there's a joint Land Council statement on behalf of the four Land Councils stating that,
I'll send it to you. The Central Land Council sent it through to Malandiri and I. All right. Well, I don't think if there's no further. You've got. All right. Sorry, Senator. Sorry.
No, that's okay. So, notwithstanding the barriers that we've talked about, housing, road conditions, and waste management, if those barriers were to be addressed, what is the scope for expansion in relation to the Tiwi Rangers program and the Fire and Carbon project?
Yvonne Kelly, Business Manager. So our ultimate goal, which is part of our IPA plan of management, is that we build our ranger team up to 30. So at the minute we're at 15.
Okay, so double?
Yeah. And we want to, as part of that, increase the number of female rangers as well. And that would give more coverage of both islands, not just around the communities, but try and get more out to the more remote areas too.
Thank you. I have one last question. As for the Land Council, and I'm going towards the end of your submission, on page 23, you have some further comments, and there are some comments there about climate change, and your submission talks about the fact that, this inquiry is looking at industry right across the north, and the fact that what goes on in other places in Northern Australia will impact people on the Tiwi Islands. So I'm just wondering if you could tell me whether you have any additional views around that, because this committee is obviously going to be recommending the types of development potentially that should happen versus those that shouldn't. So interested in your views on, are there forms of development across the north that you think are not a good idea with respect to climate change, and maybe if you can speak to some of the things that you are already seeing, because your submission says that climate impacts are already here on the Tiwi Islands.
Yep.
I was interested in that.
Brenton Toy, Interim Chief Executive Officer, Tiwi Land Council. There were two parts to that piece in the submission. One is about the emerging industries on Tiwi and their ability to function in a climate changing world. And then there's also the other stuff that's going on that's having an impact on increased temperatures, rising sea levels and stuff like that. So I guess specific examples one is our sea waters and our erosion and on Mupmilly, and I can tell you this firsthand, like I used to walk out the back of mum and dad's and there was a bit of dirt, and then there was a sand dune, and then the beach. That beach has crept up about 20 metres in the last 10 years, and so whether there's evidence to say that climate change has caused that or not for me to say, but they're the type of things that we're seeing, you know, just changes in migratory species and bits and, you know, yeah, I'll probably need an environmentalist here to give that, but from what I've spoken to people, like there's small things that we're seeing changing in the environment, you know, we've got some feral animals coming in that have an impact on things, and so I think for me, it was one part of it was the rising temperatures and being able to develop an industry that can survive in not just 10 years' time, but 50 years' time when we may experience, you know, rises in climate. So I think that was one piece of it, and then the other bit was how do we do the best we can in all other reducing emissions around the world, etc., to bring that down so that we can still be functioning in 50 years' time. So that was kind of the two-part lens on it. And then, yeah, specifically, it's probably and I don't know if it's legitimate or not, but sometimes it just feels so much hotter than it used to be. And we're seeing, you know, greater bits of erosion, you know, water levels changing. And so that's the type of climate that we're talking about that'll have an impact on what we can do over it.
I mean, I guess, you know, I'm the Green Senator sitting on the committee. You know, I have real concerns about, for example, the amount of federal money. Hey?
We all got concerns.
Yeah. About the amount of federal money that's still going to gas, for example, which I look at what you're telling me here today, and that would seem to me to be better off being invested in roads and connecting infrastructure, which will allow you to develop economically. So I'm just wondering about...
Yeah. So that's exactly what we're saying is sort of that investment that's being put elsewhere into things that are causing detrimental effects to the impact or to the environment could be redirected into something now that's going to be a bit more sustainable.
Okay, thank you.
No, thanks, Senator. I think it's really important in terms of, and we can. I might provide some stuff to you, Brenton, with sandbag. You know, like protecting some of those coastlines too. Because the federal Labor government's funded a whole lot of coastal support resilience grants to Christmas Island and to other places just to stop that erosion, because you don't want to lose land either.
Yes, well, I've been to like I'm a Queenslander, so I've been to Warraba and Corrimal. The problem is they've got sandbags going around half the island, and if you look at a bathtub and you raise one side and you don't raise the other.
But you're not going to be able to push. Anyway, we can have that debate if the cows come home in terms of thing, but I think in the short term there could be some short term thing. But I agree. I think rising sea levels is a big part of you know, the impact of climate change, which no one looks at. So I'm not disagreeing with you, Senator. But look, thank you. But before I let you go, can I say thank you very much for the Tiwi Land Council submission. It was well written. It was quite comprehensive. It's probably the best Land Council submission I have seen, Brenton, and that's saying a lot. We've received many submissions, so I do want to thank you for the time that you took to, you know, and for the team putting in the submission, and for your opinion. I think it's really good. We'll respond. There are some things that we probably need to come back to respond. And it'd be good to talk a bit more about housing, because whilst our terms of reference looks at some of that, one of the biggest challenges in terms of infrastructure is housing, and how do we get some of that done. So I thank you, and thank you, Yvonne. And it is great to see these two Tiwi ladies sitting and for your opening statement and for participating. And thank you, Hines. And of course, LJ, my man. And I agree with Brenton. It is great to see the Tiwi faces at the table, and finally everyone sitting at the table all talking, and that's because that's what Tiwi's all about. It is about working together and talking. So thank you, Brenton. You've done it. So all of you, and I think it's great that they've got a Tiwi CEO now.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll have a short break for Luke, 2 minutes, and come back because we're behind time and I need to get OTL and others. And We're all good. I now welcome representatives from the Office of Township Leasing in person, Tiwi Plantations Corporation and Port Melville Proprietary Limited, or is it just Tiwi Plantation?
It's both.
Oh, both. All right. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the committee has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear, and we might start from here.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Sam Jeffries, Deputy Executive Director of Office of Township Leasing.
Thanks, Chair. Tom Jenkins, Deputy Executive Director, Office of Township Leasing.
Thank you, Chair. Penny Talbot, the Executive Director of Township Leasing.
Good afternoon,
Just your name and title, Uncle.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gibson Farming Ratlamini, Chairman of Tiwi Plantation.
All right.
Andy Bubb, General Manager, Tiwi Plantations Corporation in Port Melville. Right, to the minute.
Patricia Primary Director of Tiwi Plantation.
All right. I now invite, and maybe I'll start with the Director of Township Leasing, to make a short opening statement, and then I'll go to Tiwi Plantation. At the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee, Member Solomon and Senator Alman Payne, to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the committee for giving us the opportunity to discuss how the township lease model works across the Tiwi Islands and how it contributes to Northern Australia for the emerging industries. It's really appropriate here today that I'm meeting on the Manupi family's traditional lands at Port Melville, because this is a living example of what can be achieved when vision, planning and partnership combined with opportunity can come about. I'd like to also acknowledge my brothers and sisters on the traditional lands that we meet today and all their elders that have passed on, but particularly that the elders that have provided a strong vision and pathway for the Tiwi families now to be those aspirations to be realised. As I said, my name is Penny Talbot and I'm very privileged to hold the statutory position of the Executive Director of Township Leasing, which is a Commonwealth position under the Aboriginal Land Rights Act. The position is focused on holding long-term township leases over Aboriginal communities in the Northern Territory on behalf of the Commonwealth. The real uniqueness of the model and the position is it requires me to work in close partnership with Aboriginal traditional owners on lands which they sign a township lease. I have been genuinely privileged to have worked in partnership with the Tiwi families, now entering its 20th year, to enable their vision and aspirations and importantly activate real economic pathways and choices on their traditional lands. I've only got a couple of minutes today and we did provide a late submission, which is an apology to the committee. But we see sort of four things that are really critical to the township lease model. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about that today, but it's really that the Tiwi families and some of the other families across the territory, it's their vision and preparation for economic activity through the township lease. The security of tenure that it provides to industry and commercial partners and Aboriginal corporations as well. Importantly, the strong partnerships that are forged through the relationships that both traditional owners and the office work alongside of. And the most important thing is that traditional owners are at the centre of the decisions on their land. So again, I can't express my acknowledgement to the old people who've led, many who have passed away and sadly not here today to celebrate the achievement, but the legacy passes on through Gibson and Patricia here today and all their family, particularly for Port Melville where they have secured the critical infrastructure investment up front some time ago. This is a clear concept of what is possible in acting on it all those years ago. And currently the opportunity would never have risen if that foresight had not been there. So much of the story of Port Melville is about preparation, and preparation for an imagined future and anticipation for an opportunity that wasn't there at the time. I think this is an example of the critical development across Northern Australia where without taking the initial risks and to be prepared for what may come, many opportunities are very missed, and we've seen those opportunities missed. Secondly, the importance of security of tenure, which is tradable and provides certainty to developers and to industry experts like the bank without compromising the underlying Indigenous ownership of the land. In this instance, the tenure is ensured through the Commonwealth Government's involvement, and it has provided potential investors certainty and the administrator clarity at the time. Like I said to you before, I don't have time to go into the technical details of the tenure arrangements. However, the fact that the arrangements were familiar to commercial stakeholders and able to be managed within the tight timeframes of a commercial environment, this was crucial for Tiwi families to realise the opportunity. What underpinned all that was the partnership approach that we worked alongside Port Melville and the Manupi family and the broader 8 clan groups across the Tiwi, by utilising each other's networks and strengths to influence and achieve the outcome. Probably just to provide clarity, I am talking about Port Melville specifically, and that Port Melville now is actually back into Tiwi ownership and operating under Tiwi ownership, and that was not the case a couple of years ago, and I'll let my colleagues at the table talk about that more in detail. My office, the Office of Township Leasing, is in the business of partnerships. Without this team, we cannot deliver on the potential of the township lease model. Navigating the port deal was a complex, politically sensitive and commercially challenging prospect, one which the Tiwi families could not have done on their own, nor could even any of the parties that ended up in this mutually beneficial partnership, which includes Defence, the administrator at the time, and the Northern Territory and Commonwealth governments more broadly. The deal shows that when working together in partnership, we can deliver benefits for all. For the Defence, it's provided a strategic northern-based asset, which is now utilising fuel storage and supply. For Viva Energy Australia, this is now a new partnership that's been brought about, which is creating an Aboriginal partnership, but also provides them as a commercial operator with new revenue. The Commonwealth and Northern Territory governments through securing an asset of strategic importance for the nation, and for the administrator by being able to complete the process in a timely manner, and for traditional owners, importantly, through economic development, jobs and long-term benefits that will come from the second rotation, also for forestry. Finally, when seeking to develop on Aboriginal land, I cannot stress enough that it is essential to place traditional owners at the centre of decision making. We must provide them with the information, advice and time to make free, prior and informed decisions for their country and their community, and that was importantly done for the Port Melville project, where there was a financial, legal, technical asset clearance for them to make that decision. But without this, that opportunity to fully realise the potential these investments have to impact the social and economic outcomes for all people living in the Northern Territory and Northern Australia. We have finished stage 1 of this journey with our partners. There's a plan to diversify income streams and activate the port more broadly, and create benefit for all Tiwi through jobs and commercial returns. We have recently submitted a request further for Commonwealth support, and note Defence is also a critical partner in that sort of furthering the activation of this asset. But there are real challenges still for an Indigenous-owned business while they establish themselves, and that's something that we've continued to reach into the Commonwealth Government to see if they can support those challenges in the initial period of business ownership. The Tiwi families have created an ecosystem born from a vision of creating economic opportunities that starts with educating their future generations, training and job pathways, enabling families the choice to participate in the ecosystem, including the choice to enter into home ownership and other micro-enterprises across the Tiwi Islands. The Tiwi College, Tiwi Plantations and Port Melville are the true essence of a long-term vision of Tiwi elders, which are now activating and creating pathways to economic empowerment. It has been a privilege of mine to work in partnership with the Tiwi families for over 19 years. Tiwis have always prided themselves on building partnerships and integrating their cultural responsibilities and merging the two worlds for the benefit of the families and generations to come. As a strategic location that has many opportunities for Northern Australia, I welcome this opportunity to discuss how we can further empower other communities and building on the story that has been in a long time for the Tiwi families through the township lease model.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Now I'll invite Uncle Gibbo.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As Chairman of Port Melville Tiwi Plantation, we'd like you to welcome here I take the committee with the time to meet with Tiwi people on our land. We have provided to our own this port all of the building and the fuel tanks and the floating pontoon we bought by Tiwi people 2024. Early this year, Tiwi Plantation Corporation announced an $80 million investment to replant our 30,000 hectares of plantation. This will provide over 13 tons of timber, more than 5 million carbon credit units. Over the next 36 years, around $300 million income for Tiwi people. Tiwi people will also be more than 50% workforce. Both of our businesses are 100% Tiwi owned. There are many challenges that we face in North Australia. We want to work with the all government to build and strengthen the opportunity for our Tiwi people and all future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator, what question?
Yes, please. I am not familiar with the township lease model. Could you give me like the dummies 101 of what it actually is?
So Aboriginal land which has been granted through title under the Aboriginal Land Rights Act is held in communal title.
Mm-hmm.
So the Tiwi Islands, for instance, is one title across all 8 clan groups. Are you familiar with Canberra, maybe, and the tenure there? So in Canberra there's a special purpose lease in perpetuity which allows for free tradable tenure to occur. It's a similar model where you put a sort of a blanket over the top of a community. That lease is granted through the position of the executive director, and we are able to ensure that we don't extinguish the underlying Aboriginal title, but we're able to subdivide and provide individual parcels of land to businesses that are both registered under the title system and can be used for equity in terms of lending or investment opportunities. So it provides not only traditional owners with the comfort of not extinguishing underlying title, but it also provides opportunity to provide secure, tradable, fungible title.
Great. Okay, thank you. And how long does a lease?
In the Tiwis, so they can range under the Act between 80 and 99 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And sorry, the lease is between the traditional owners and the Commonwealth, and rent paid to the traditional owners on the subdivided land. So there's a long-term income stream that comes along with that as well.
And it's pretty worthwhile noting when that started in 2007 in Wooramyunga, the other main community on the Tiwi Islands, that rental income was approximately 200,000. Mantayupui, as that traditional owner group, it's about $1 million in revenue that they now invest back into economic or community development activities, and that's what they activate their economic assets for then shareholder returns.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, so it's leased by the Commonwealth from the traditional owners. The Commonwealth can then slice and dice it to give title to a business or whatever. And so then is the agreement for that title between the Commonwealth and the business, with the Commonwealth just overseeing all the leasing and giving the money back to the community.
Yeah, that's right. But there's also a partnered approach to this where traditional owners sit at the table, particularly for new development, where they're provided with all the relevant information to make an informed decision, because it's still their communities and their aspirations.
Yes, okay.
So we do the due diligence of, is the title, is the land available, is it serviced, is there a sacred site? Does it meet, because there's now zoning requirements in town. Then we take that to the traditional owners and they receive the full information to guide my decision. So they'll make a decision and our role is to enable that decision to occur. It's also worth noting under the Act, the position of the EDTL is an independent statutory office holder, but you also have the ability to have a community entity, and there are across the Northern Territory 3 community entities, which are in Gunyangara, you've just come from Nornboy, Jabiru and also Groote Island have transitioned from the partnership with the EDTL to managing their own tenure arrangements now under the community entity function.
So traditional owners could say, we don't want this particular type of industry, for example, and therefore the Commonwealth wouldn't lease to them.
Technically, legally, the EDTL has the final decision-making functions, but the office construct has never allowed that to occur. Traditional owners should be at the centre of that decision-making framework. And they should be making that decision with an informed position to say to why.
Yep.
You know, is there a reason why they're saying no? Can we work within that reason? You know, if there have been instances where there has been a no, and we've had to hold really firmly on that no and protect the decision making and the integrity of that environment through the. So there's a mechanism of a consultative forum.
Yep.
Which all traditional owners sit in the room and guide that decision making forum, and they have, like I said no, and I've had to protect that decision.
Can you just go back to, sorry if you're finished in a minute, Senator, so you were saying, how much was the money or the revenue that was coming out of Muntuopi?
So it was about $200 if under one section, it wasn't even a section 19 lease, Chair, it was an arrangement in place that had an existing right. What has happened, two provisions under the head lease required us to really formulate which way we operate. One is the partnership, and two, the EDTL had to act in the economic interest of traditional owners, and at that time, in 2007, there was no value on Aboriginal land.
You said, no, I'm only interested in the amount that you, and there's a reason for that. So when people say, oh, there needs to be more economic development or more investment from government, but if this economy is growing, well, what's happening with that economy then? So does ETDL follow where that? So is that to Muntuopi?
Yes.
And then where does that money go once when Muntuopi get it? Where's the investment?
So they've got and Muntuopi is a really interesting case because they probably have grown. And looked at, they've established quite quickly what their investment strategy looked like. So they went into micro enterprises like the business of the shop, the hotel, Tiwi Tours. They're now expanding their asset base. They've got a partnership with Tiwi Enterprises, which you'll hear from shortly. But they are now at a point where we have supported the capability uplift to ensure that they can manage over that next stage of their life of, what are they looking from a business point of view. So we've looked at what industries are they looking at, tourism, so the capability partners coming in now to really further build out capability of that organisation and that Traditional group to ensure that they've got sustainability in those business activities. And also noting that they talk more in the context, Chair, of being shareholders of their interests rather than landowners at that point. So the landowning role is with us, and it's just, we say it's money that's collected every year. That's our job to make sure that rental income is collected. We transition that then to the Aboriginal Corporation and their business arm to then make their own decisions around what their investment strategy looks like. Okay. And we'll buy in resources because it's in the interest of the model to ensure that that community and economic, socio-economic activities occur.
Sorry, Lou, do you have any quick on?
I've got the opportunity.
You wasn't clearing your throat. I need to ask a question.
That one in May 2025, that was Ski Beach, was it?
No, Ski Beach was signed in 2000. I'd have to take that on notice, but I think it was 2017. 16. It might have been 16 because it was just before Pearly and Woody. Yeah.
So what was the one that went to the Minister in May 2025?
Jabiru.
25?
No.
Jabiru was 25.
Oh, sorry.
So that's the Wadair request.
So Cardu Diminum. Cardu Diminum has actually put in as a family group of Wadair. They've done 4 years worth of work to build out their vision, aspiration, a master plan, and then they've formally requested of the government and the Northern Land Council a township lease.
Right, and I imagine the other 10 are still being negotiated. So that
they're at various stages of just information sharing. So our role is not. We've taken a very specific role of saying how do we share the intelligence of what the model can bring to a community. And then if they want to explore that further, then how do you resource that up appropriately to ensure that they're making an informed decision. But more groups are probably looking at the township lease model to see how they can activate their traditional lands in a way that they see fit for purpose under an economic agenda.
Thanks. Thanks.
So, can I, Senators, so what's the role of Tiwi Land Council then?
So I think
if we just look on this island, we've got a population of what, 3,000? And we've got 2 statutory bodies, both funded by the Commonwealth Government. If you're doing which is a critical part of, you know, getting economic development and other things happening, well then what's left for Tiwi Land Council?
I think the Tiwi Land Council plays an important role.
Well, tell me.
So our role, you know, is not... Tiwi Land Council is the cultural authority of the Tiwi Islands. We don't assume... We only have a very specific function under the Act that doesn't... Tiwi Land Council's role is much more broader under the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, and they also play a fundamental role in driving, I think, the whole of the Tiwi Islands agenda around economic development. But importantly, I think the partnership between Tiwi Islanders, we all represent the same partners here, but they're talking probably more in a macro context, and I'm in the micro probably. The port deal is a very unique deal, you know, that Manupi put this piece of infrastructure into their township lease. Most other times is we're focused in on the tenure and the inside of the township, and how does that benefit, or vice versa, how does that benefit what's happening on the broader Tiwi Islands Aboriginal lands that they're responsible for. And in the past it's been very strongly, you know, how do you come together? I think when all organisations are working alongside Tiwi partners, it's in the benefit of Tiwis. So I think there's a slight functionality difference, Chair, in terms of what our role is compared to the Land Council's role. But the Land Council really internally in the township does have no dealings in there except probably from a cultural context, and we rely on each other to support probably that.
So then how does... So if you look in a township context then, your relationship with local government, so if Tiwi Land Council is not in that context, then you've got Tiwi Island Regional Council and other other agencies in there. So what's your relationship with...
So I think there's 2 parts to the relationship. One is the transactionary through the tenure to enable, like Tiwi Islands Regional Council, who have a legislated function to deliver local government services, that we provide the tenure arrangements for them to fulfil those functions. I think importantly on the other side is how we work alongside of all of those organisations where the uniqueness of this position can come back into government when there might be blockages that need to be unblocked for certain reasons, whether that's Northern Territory or the Commonwealth, where there's opportunities that we may see, opportunities that other corporations could be realised. I think that role, that's through the partnership with Tiwi, but importantly, if those organisations are operating, you know, at their full capacity or capability, that is in the benefit of all Tiwi. So, yeah, I mean, we can take it very much, we only provide tenure, but that's not how we've operated.
No, look, it's important, and as Senator Allman Payne and I was talking about earlier, I think there's a lot of, and you would often hear that noise. So is there still room for OTL, or should Tiwi Land, you know, how can you have 2 statutory bodies for a set population, and how do those roles operate? So given the role that you do, given the role that Tiwi Land Council do, when you look at the income that's generated, why do we still have an issue? And you don't have to take this on, Penny, but I think it's something that, you know, and I've talked to the Minister about, that we should be, particularly on the Tiwi Islands, and Uncle Gibbo's heard me say this for a long time, the Tiwi Islands should be way ahead in terms of infrastructure. So you were talking about the amount of money that comes in for Muntuupi, and then I look at Wirramiunga. Where's that investment going, Penny?
So I think there's, you know, the Traditional Owners investment is really about their micro enterprises. I think more specifically where we're probably leading this conversation is, and we often talk about this, that tenure is not sufficient in itself to resolve some of the major infrastructure problems.
So what do we need to do to try and ramp, you know, to lift that, so that we can get... some of this stuff happening?
So I think from...
I'm looking for
I know.
recommendations.
Look, one thing that we've done more recently, and we are now taking that into the future sort of conversations of township leasing, is a master plan.
Yeah.
And it's a very strong, deep piece of work which looks at not only the development of the communities, but also what's the infrastructure, what's the planning, because that should be the mechanism by which we start to really drive a lot of the, where's the deficits, where's the opportunity. I think, like anything, the public purse only stretches so far, and it's being stretched across the territory into remote regions. And what the township lease does unintentionally, it allows investment to occur quite quickly because of the way the tenure operates. And if someone's got a program or an investment strategy, they can come here and get a decision quite quickly, and it can act through the security of tenure. I think my recommendation, and all the colleagues that are going to present in the room today are all doing their best that they can with the limited resources they have, but there's unintended consequences that you're seeing, and they're being realised across community, that you've got traditional owners driving an economic agenda, and the social impact on the ground is running alongside of it, and it looks really poor. Like people are... The housing is still, not at adequacy. Roads are not being maintained to the level that they should be. That they're remote townships in similar locations who have similar populations. The connecting roadways to each of these communities, the connecting infrastructure. We're a long way off this, and I think what the Tiwis have done is enabled the environment. If that investment happens, it can happen rapidly and quickly with the direction of traditional owners and the vision and aspiration of the master plan. But still, I think we're struggling with resources.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Penny. So, and I'll get to the forestry in a minute, because that's the next thing that we need to.
Yeah.
But with just so for a township lease, I think when you look at each of through the leasing, we've taken evidence, and people have talked about how bad, in terms of infrastructure, housing.
Yeah.
So through the township leasing model that you're advocating, where does that compel? So that sublease that you then do is to the Northern Territory Government.
Yeah.
You say to the Northern Territory, so the Northern Territory Government gets a 40 by 40 or whatever that lease is.
Yeah. So
where in that lease does it compel the Northern Territory Government to meet their responsibility to Aboriginal people living in these... It's not just about rent payments and people paying rent. Where does it compel the Northern Territory Government to meet their responsibility under that sublease?
So probably just one clarity point too, the public housing leases that are held by the Northern Territory Government are the only ones that don't pay a township lease payment.
Why?
Because there was a position taken earlier around how do we continue the investment to occur there. So public housing...
Who did the agreement...
So that's right across the territory. There's been a position that was put in place there. So even I also hold housing leases right across the Northern Territory, mainly across the Central Land Council region. I hold those leases on behalf of the Australian Government. There was
the ones at Mutijulu?
No, I'm talking all Section 19s, Chair. So I've got Mutijulu as a township lease.
So you hold, but isn't it Section 19A? So you've got Section 19A.
Yeah.
And then you do the subleasing from that Section 19A, but you're saying that you've got straight Section 19 leases. So who have you got that with?
So I hold Section 19 leases over communities like Lajamanu, Santa Teresa, and those leases are with the Commonwealth through the position of the EDTL. So the position of the EDTL can hold all tenure except freehold. So there's under the responsibility of the EDTL, it's the primary
Why have
role...
we got land councils, Penny?
I can't...
No, it's a question that needs to be asked, though. Why have we got land councils?
Well, I think, Chair, that's probably not for me to answer.
No, but it's going to be something that the Parliament will ask, because it's now record.
Yeah.
Is there a role for
my role is to hold tenure on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Yep.
And
But should the Commonwealth Government be the landlord?
Again, I have been directed to hold those leases by the Commonwealth Government, and it's not my position to provide an opinion.
No, this is a legacy thing that came. I know the legacy stuff.
Sorry. So I think it's an important, because the Commonwealth took a position from a secure tenure point of view that where there was Commonwealth investment directly or indirectly, there should be leases held. So in the other locations, I also hold Commonwealth infrastructure, like the NIA government business offices. If the Commonwealth is funding directly or indirectly through the Northern Territory Government or through Aboriginal corporations, there was a recognition made in 2011, I think it was, where Minister Macklin wrote to all her cabinet ministers and said there is an expectation, if there is security of tenure, that the Commonwealth will pay rent on Aboriginal land as appropriate. The housing, that's slightly different.
Yeah, I think the Commonwealth, but why isn't the Northern Territory Government?
So I think the with just going back to, that was a policy. It was a policy position that was, agreed to by all parties at the time because of the huge deficit, and obviously housing is one of our key priority investment areas.
Yeah.
I think also my role is when we pass on security of tenure. What the industry, particularly banking industry, has provided advice is you don't put policy into documents and you don't fit these heavily prescribed conditions in there because they won't lend against them. So if you look at the Tiwi Mantiupi's first lease, it had a very heavy conditioned head lease, which we had to pass those conditions on through the sublease. That's been, we've varied those leases over time because of the trust that's been built, and they are now a very simplistic head lease and still needs further change to it. But importantly, those conditions are passed on, and what is in those leases is it references whatever role they play. So in the Northern Territory Government's case, they are required to manage those houses in accordance with the legislative instrument they operate under, which is the Residential Tenancies Act. So, and probably Senator Teresa is a classic example where the obligation has been passed on to the Northern Territory Government, and the Northern Territory Government has recently been sued because they haven't met the Residential Tenancies Act. So my role is to ensure, you need to be meeting those conditions on it, under the residential tenant. To what level of investment, that's a different question. And that's, a combined partnership through the Federation Funding Agreement that exists between the Commonwealth and the Northern Territory Government.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So tell us about this port.
Do you want me to just lead in and lead out with you? So the port, the Minupi family put the port asset in the township lease, and probably a very strategic, within strategic intent there. So my first partnership in the township lease here is for the Minupi family, and the second partnership of that with Tiwi is to Port Melville, which is representation of the 8 family groups. When the company went into administration, the administrator reached out to us to say, how do you ensure that the port stays open, because forestry was about to export. And I won't go too far into that because it's let the chairman talk about that. Our role in that was to ensure that the port remained open for that purpose, and we leaned in on the Commonwealth at the time to ensure that the port could stay open. But as we travelled down the pathway with the administrator, we saw an opportunity here that Tiwi's actually could not only own the asset, but they could start to operate the asset and be, empowered through, an economic piece of infrastructure. So that's when we then reached out to the board and said, would you be interested if we provided resources? So some resources came from our office for them to do the investigative piece. We also then did a cross-portfolio engagement piece with Defence, Prime Minister and Cabinet and others to bring them to the table to say, if you are listing this infrastructure as part of your strategic Northern agenda, then you need to come to the table in providing a solution. Defence probably were the ones that came to it strongly, created the partnership, a private investor came in, and the Indigenous Affairs bucket of funding supported the sale. The purchase amount. I can't stress enough, and I will put it on public record, this asset was built for $120 million nearly 18 years ago. It was purchased for
about
$7 million. So if there was a failure in here for Tiwi, we knew there was a market because there were market interests from here. We just, through the tenure, said Tiwi should be offered a first right of purchase in commercial terms. So there was no favours done in this deal. But the advocacy and the role of our office alongside our partners were really critical to realise this opportunity, to create an economic opportunity to be realised. And I think that's what the township lease model brings to the table, that you can operate in real terms. The investors have confidence in their... So I know it's Tiwi owned, but we knew there was a market interest that could have purchased this and flipped it and turned it over in their own interest, but not for Tiwi. So I'll hand it over to my chair.
Well, when we had a meeting with the Munupi clan about the port, and when my son, Ebony, husband was there, Sonny Boy, Mr. Costa, he told the clan group, we're going to come under port and this facility, come under Munupi Trust. So everybody agreed with what he said. It's on Munupi land. We take over the port. And everybody understand where he was coming from. Well, Munupi acted in a cultural way. He asked, he told his clan group, Munupi, we get this land to us, Mob, the land where the port is, came under township lease.
So you or Andy want to, or I didn't go down to the port, but Luke and Senator Ormond Payne went down and had a look, and I'm sure they might have some questions.
Yeah, we already asked some questions down there, but it'd be worth, I guess, if
more questions.
It'd be worth giving them an opportunity to put the main points they wanted to make on the...
All right. So over to you, Andy. So do you want to put, as our member for Solomon has just articulated, we'll get you, and Senator Ormond Payne agrees, that we'll get you on the record in terms of some of the questions that you had and the conversations that you did. So over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Andy Bubb, General Manager, Port Melville Proprietary Limited. I think that the points that we'd like to reiterate are that this is now a 100% Tiwi-owned business, equally owned by all 8 clan groups. So it's active self-determination. The asset was built for $120 million back in 2013. We know how costs have risen so much across Northern Australia. So estimates of $400 to $500 million to now construct the asset, which is 150 bed accommodation, the 220 metre floating pontoon, and the 30 million litres of fuel storage. It would be astronomical to try to do it now, and it's unlikely to attract that type of investment. The fact that this is on Aboriginal land, we know about the challenges of foreign-owned ports in Darwin and what that can mean. The opportunity that this is now 100% Tiwi, it really does solve a lot of issues that are brought up in other places. We've got fuel storage here now, so the Commonwealth is utilising the strategic asset. It means that money is being put into a community through active investment paid for a service. It's not welfare. So it's a different model to get money into the community. The employment here at the port is more than 50% Tiwi people, and we're actively trying to increase that. And we're also trying to diversify. So the port was initially set up to export wood chips. We're now trying to work out how we can be set up for other industries. So the fuel and marine services is one. Building on the accommodation side of things is something else we're trying to work at. In the future, the plantation will have a log yard lease at this site, so that'll be 10 hectares that will generate about $900,000 a year in rent. We're actively looking at an activated carbon plant, so that would be set up on the site here that would utilise the wood chips from the plantation, from the unsaleable timber that's on the plantation. We'd also be looking at a sawmill. So the opportunity to set up a sawmill, because we know we've got a pipeline of 13 million tonnes of logs that are going to come on from the plantation. A sawmill could be used to generate timber to build houses and other things. And so modular housing could be constructed on the island, used on the island or exported as well. So that could be constructed here. And we're also actively looking at the relocation of the power station from within Pearl and Gympie over to this site, because as Penny has mentioned, the tenure issues, the corporation to actually run it, the commercial entity, that's already set up. So the scale of this port is, I think it's bigger than what most Aboriginal enterprises are, and that's definitely presented some challenges for us when we've gone for funding. Organisations haven't dealt with these type of industrial complexes before, but we think there's a really great opportunity here. And between this business and the plantations business, there's real complementarity that does mean that they can work together. The port will export all of the logs. The port sells fuel from those big tanks down there, sells fuel to the plantation, and Tiwi perform the jobs and make money out of all of those activities.
Senator, you have a question?
Yeah, what are you've acquired this asset at a bargain basement price, but you obviously have to continue to operate the asset. So what are the current challenges in relation to continuing to operate the asset, and therefore where does the federal government play a role in terms of what we need to recommend around that?
Yeah, so Andy Bubb, General Manager, Port Melville. One of the biggest challenges at the moment is just the low throughput in the port. So ports make money when things go over the wharf or come back in, and there's a low throughput at the moment. The fuel storage and the increase in the amount of fuel stored has been really positive, and that's generating income, and that's with our partners Viva Energy Australia. So any increase from Defence in that fuel storage instantly translates into money in the next month. It's not a long-term wait and see. The money comes straight away. The chasing money about the redevelopment is the next thing we need to do, and so recognising this port as a strategic asset, there is some redevelopment that needs to go on down there. There's probably a $25 to $40 million redevelopment that needs to occur, but that would be a resource then that's suitable for multiple use from across all of the Defence Forces. A key day-to-day challenge here comes back to insurance. Mm-hmm. Insurance runs at $500,000 to $600,000 a year, and from a small business, that's between 20 and 30% of our annual operating costs. So it's a big percentage for something that we're obviously not using. It does take away from the opportunity to employ Tiwi people. Increasing the level of activity here at the port through the accommodation as well is something that's important. And probably trying to utilise the facility better for both training, so our connections to Tiwi Island Training and Employment Board, training Tiwi people to be working here as well, trying to work out how we can kind of monetise that and generate something, and rather than having things at other facilities, better utilise what we've got here. As you've seen, there's a commercial kitchen, there's accommodation, there's a large pontoon, there's the fuel farm, there's a large 30 hectares of lay-down area potential. So better utilising Commonwealth services or putting Commonwealth services out here, potentially diverting some of the things away from Darwin can be, that could be a really good opportunity for Border Force or Navy as well, because there's significant savings if ships aren't steaming back into Darwin.
Chair, can I just add to that? Is that okay?
Yeah.
So Penny Talbot, Executive Director of Township Leasing. We have recently requested that the Commonwealth provide some operational costs to this facility in the vicinity for the next 3 years, noting that if the Commonwealth support that funding and they start to build out capacity, then that funding would sort of taper off. So that's being considered as we speak. The other thing that we have put together as a proposal for the Commonwealth from a cross-portfolio, again, is to say we have an international issue that's right on our doorstep at the moment, and how can we provide the infrastructure to provide fuel security, not only for our colleagues in Defence, but also how do we ensure that the fuel could be used for fuel security, food security, and energy security for northern remote Indigenous communities across Northern Australia. So that proposal has been put on the table, and we were hoping that may be considered by the Fuel Task Force in some shape or form, because we think it's not only a benefit for the Tiwi, It's a whole benefit for the Northern Australia communities, remote Aboriginal communities, but it's also a benefit to the Commonwealth Government through the defence placement here.
And
Sorry.
Where did that go?
So that submission has landed into Minister McCarthy's office, and we've also put it before Treasury and PMNC. So
Right, PMNC.
Yeah.
And through the Chair, can I also just pick up on the insurance cost? Tom Jenkins, sorry, Deputy Executive Director of Office of Township Policing. With the shift to community control, insurance becomes a really big issue, particularly in remote locations, and if there is a desire to shift towards more community control, dealing with that, because that in many instances, and perhaps the most relevant one at the moment is a shift to community control in housing. Currently the housing stock is self-insured by government. If you shift to community control, that becomes a real cost to that program, and therefore how do you deal with that sort of ownership and insurance issue is a live policy issue, I think, for government as we encourage the shift to community.
Probably something that Tiwi Plantation and maybe OTL need to. So with another inquiry that we did do, remember, Senator, we did the reinsurance pool, looking at insurance which was impacting across Northern Australia. It'd probably be useful if you want to take on notice and provide for us, Tom, that raises a really important issue, because that comes up all the time for us, you know, across Northern Australian people giving it is about insurances and the impact on insurance, and how people are walking away from actually paying their premiums because of the cost of that, particularly if community owns it. So it'd be good if we could get something.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. No,
yeah,
Tom.
I think it really limits also even down at the micro enterprise level.
Yeah.
If you can't insure, you can't get a bank loan. You can't.
Yeah. So you're going to write something.
You can't secure.
So Tom, I'm saying you can write something with Mr. Bum, and the committee would certainly be open if you're open. I should say Miss Talbot, Penny, if you're open to, with both Tom but also with Andy, because it's an important issue in terms of economic viability across Northern Australia, is the issue of insurance. And Penny was on Senator Ullman Payne was on the previous, her and we were part of the committee that looked at, cyclone reinsurance and the reinsurance pool. So the Commonwealth Government's got that.
It's probably worth noting, I know they're not here today.
Was you part of it? Sorry, Luke.
Sorry,
Luke was part of it too. Luke was part of it.
But Chair, it's probably worth noting. It's also worth noting, I don't think they're here today, but Tiwi College chose not to insure because the cost of insurance outweighed the repair, which there was actually a huge cost to that in the recent cyclone. They wouldn't
be alone in that.
No,
we've found right across Northern Australia, and we're over in Kununurra, and Luke and I were recently in Western Australia, wasn't we, Luke? And now he's got this with me.
And I think it's worth noting that when we inquired into the Northern Australia...
Sorry, Chair. Sorry.
Luke, sorry. No, so hold on. Senator, I'll just give Luke. Go on.
But was that borne out? That decision, was that borne out to be a wise one in the end by Tiwi College?
I think that, it was not wise probably in the first thing. They have a really good partner through Scots College who raised a fair bit of money. The college is interesting because the college doesn't sit within the township lease, but it was sort of established at the same time that Mantiupui signed the lease, so there's a close relationship, and we've just recently obtained some resources for Tiwi College to look at a whole package of work, which is the planning, what do they represent moving forward, what's their framework of operations, their cultural integrity piece. So that work is being done by a consortium of partners, and we're hoping what comes out of there is also the financial management and what costs that you need to start putting towards as well. which may include insurance. The other thing is that individual homeowners, because the tenure provides the space for individual home ownership, homeowners are struggling to buy insurance as well. Like all homeowners across Australia are, but you double that cost out here.
Yeah, no, the observation I was just going to make, Chair, is that when we inquired into the cyclone reinsurance pool, it had really not been operating for that long, and so questions around ongoing feasibility, fitness for purpose are probably something we'll need to think about in the future.
But it would be good to get something back.
It's almost like it's a shame that the TIO was sold off, isn't it?
I know. Well, we won't say who sold off TIO, will we, Luke? But anyway.
Tiwi Plantations, Chair?
Yeah.
Yeah. So where's the plantation at currently, and what's the timeline when you talk about things like a timber mill and the activated carbon piece? Yeah, what's that timeline look for? Is the land ready to be replanted now, and then what's the timeline for?
Yeah, Andy Bubb, General Manager, Tiwi Plantations Corporation. When the submission was made, we were still finalising an investment. That's now been made. So in February, an $80 million investment was finalised with the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and River Capital. That will replant the 30,000 hectare plantation over the next 10 years. 13 kilograms of seeds from trees grown on the island will produce 13 million tonnes of timber that over the lifetime of growing will generate 5.1 million accus. So the challenges that we talked about earlier today about climate change and these type of things, the plantation is an active carbon sink that will take that carbon from wherever it's put into the atmosphere around the world, lock it up into timber, high quality timber that can be used for building houses, structural timber, all of these type of things.
You're replanting native eucalypts, is that right?
Yeah, so it's a Eucalyptus pallida, so that's a tree from over around Cardwell. And so...
And where?
Cardwell in Queensland.
That place in Queensland where I grew up.
We have to import Queensland.
The thing that we're happy to talk about
For Queensland.
with that is that the trees have been grown on the island since 1989, so they're a known quantity here on the island. Our chairman was involved in planting them back in 1989, and we can have a look at them later this afternoon when we go for a drive down to the plantation. A couple of key parts of the deal that the Tiwi Plantations Board put in place in finding an investor was that all of the activity needed to occur on the island. So that was the construction of the $4.5 million nursery. There needed to be a minimum of 50% Tiwi jobs. All the previous debt that existed as a result of the failed managed investments scheme in Great Southern, all of that debt needed to be wiped. And so all of those things were achieved along with rent being paid back to families. So there'll be about, the benefit back to families will be about $300 million, and that will be in the form of lease payments and then returns through a 12.5% profit share. So in the actual ownership structure of the company. Probably a bigger impact is going to be the minimum 50% Tiwi jobs. So to date, there's been over 30,000 hours of paid work this financial year to Tiwi people. There's been an average of 62% Tiwi workforce at the nursery and then in the activities of planting the trees. There's been 55 Tiwi people have participated in work and training with TITEB. And there's 7 people that have so far qualified with a certificate too. And we've now got a pathway towards increasing that Tiwi participation in workforce. I think that the plantation represents an anchor or the missing piece of the puzzle. There was always really good training activities, but the jobs were off island, whereas now the plantation represents that really big industry here on the island. It's not a mine, it's something that Tiwi plantations are something Tiwi have always been involved in, and there's really good Tiwi representation there and a pathway to continue to increase that.
So, sorry, what entity's got the 12% equity? Or is it not equity but profit?
No, so it's the profit share. So Tiwi Plantations Corporation gets 12.5% of the profits. from the Tiwi Plantations Proprietary Limited, the special purpose vehicles that's running the plantation.
Yeah.
The investors get the 87.5%, but that was in return for them putting in the $80 million.
Sure.
And at the time, Tiwi were unable to access that money from anywhere else. So we did look at some of the funding sources, but due to the debt load and other things from the past, Tiwi weren't able to access that.
Can I ask a really basic question? You said you're replanting. Are you replanting the same type of tree you planted in the first place, or a new type?
No, it's a new type. So Acacia mangium was the tree that was first planted back in the late 90s, early 2000s. Yeah. That's a tree that establishes quickly and it pumps nitrogen into the ground. So it's a good species to plant when you first clear land.
Wood chip.
Yeah, and that was for wood chip. Unfortunately, because of the managed investment scheme going down and all the challenges of it, it never realised its potential. There was 1 million tonnes of wood chips that were sold from here, so it's still.
So what happened with that, Andy? So was that part of wiping off that debt, or?
Yeah, so there was about $30 million debt that was wiped as part of the deal. So that debt was held by Midway, the partners there, and they'd been spending a lot of their money to keep the plantation alive. It was really the last roll of the dice for Tiwi, and if that hadn't have gone through, there would have been 30,000 hectares of acacia and no way of dealing with it, and a massive environmental problem. There's already been over 2 million trees planted this year, or this wet season just passed, and some of those trees are already over 2 metres tall. So it's a pretty significant change from what it looked like for about 15 years. It's now a really positive story with Tiwi employment, people working on country, and clearing up a big weed problem.
And that's been a result of trying to normalise this lease stuff. Penny, you're saying with the port and then the plantation.
So Penny Talbot, Executive Director of Township Leasing. I think the two, and the Land Council, also, it's the ecosystem, how we all operate here, because you can't have a forestry project without a port. Also, what sat in behind the port was all the environmental clearances as well. Had that port lapsed, the asset would have returned with none of those clearances and operational certificates that mattered, which would have impacted this major investment that was on foot for Tiwi Plantation. So the two came together really quite well at that point in time.
You're done?
Which is why the Commonwealth supported it.
Oh?
Which is why the Commonwealth supported it,
Yep. That's true. Can I just ask you, Andy, you were saying, given that it's 100% Tiwi owned, previously so what's the percentage of Tiwi employment, did you say, 62? 62%?
50%.
It's a minimum of 50%, but year to date it's been 62% Tiwi people.
And where are they all our mob? Are they from here or are they from both sides?
From here.
From here, okay.
And a couple from Middle Country.
And there's accommodation at Yapilika. So how many of those Tiwi staff are able to stay on site at Yapilika?
A couple staying down here.
Yeah, there's about, I think there's about 8 at the moment. It's an economic, so one of the challenges of getting staff to Yapilika is the condition of the roads. Yeah. And that's why primarily people have been coming from Pearl and Gympie. And forestry over the years has invested about $3 or $4 million in grading this road. Yeah. The challenge of getting people from the other communities is just the time that it takes. Having people stay in the camp does bear a cost, and so that does.
But you're bringing in people from outside, though.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a cost as well. So what's the difference between a Tiwi cost and a non-Tiwi cost?
It comes back to the hours of work that people have been completing. So the people that have been staying are usually on a 11 or 12 hour day, and the Tiwi people that have been starting haven't been doing that work yet. Not all Tiwi. Some have been working the full shifts and staying there. But if people have been in their training phase or doing some of those junior roles, they've been working 6 to 8 hours a day. And so there's no barrier to have people stay at the camp, but the utilisation needs to be closer to probably 12 hours a day to make sure that it's economical. If that cost is borne by the business, that ultimately lowers the returns that come back to Tiwi through that equity share.
Yeah.
But it's definitely the aspiration to build people up to 12-hour shifts and have them stay at the plantation.
So if you've got a FIFO workforce, so people flying in, flying out, to your Pilliga, you're bringing people in and out. So who bears the cost of that? Not the percentage that's Tiwi, but the percentage that's held by the shareholders. Is that right?
No, it's a cost of the overall business. So it's a profit share, so there's no separation of whose cost goes where.
So I still can't get why Tiwi people can't, I mean, if there's Tiwis that want to live on site, why that cost couldn't be borne by by the company. But Andy, look, we don't have to have this backwards and forwards. I mean, I might take, if you could take that question on notice and then provide that information, that would be better, just in terms of staffing and then a follow on from that is what process has Tiwi Plantation put in place in terms of training and retention of a skilled Tiwi workforce? So if we're working towards 100% Tiwi owned, what's the percentage that Tiwi Plantation would put towards Tiwi a skilled workforce eventually? Not straight away, but it'd be good to get that. So if you're happy with taking that on notice, Andy, that'd be good. We'd write to you anyway, so if I'm sounding a bit, if it's sounding a bit all over the place, we will sort that out with the Secretariat. We will then give you a copy of the Hansard. That's how it works. So, and with that will be a request for a question. If you accept a question on notice, we'll then write to you and then wait till we get that information back.
Yeah, I think that would be fine. I think probably one key point in there is that the board has said that everything needs to happen on the islands, and so all training that's occurring is going through TITEB. So the partnership with TITEB has been incredible.
We got them next.
Yeah, and that's been why there's been such a high percentage of Tiwi workers there. It has been the strong partnership with TITEB. So I think there was funding through DAF and Forest Works for $750,000, and that program, Tiwi Plantations Corporation put in that application and received that money, but a decision was taken to pass that money and the contract to TITEB as the education and employment experts, and that's been an excellent decision that's now really, bearing out with the...
Well, we might ask the CEO that question after.
I think that would be great.
But we'll still write to you and just to get further information from you, Andy, if you're fine with that.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. Well, look, thank you for your evidence today, and like Tiwi Land Council, I would like to say to the Executive Director of Township Leasing, thank you for your supplementary submission and what had been put. It was a good submission, so thank you. And I'd like to thank you for explaining that difference at the thing, because there is a lot of noise in, like people look at the two statutory bodies and they think for a small population, is there, and I'm always defending Tiwi Mom, just like you would. So thank you, Miss Talbot. I've got to be formal. And Tom, I think you're going to take something on notice too about insurances, so we will make sure that you're on the record with Andy, and if you can talk about the impact of the insurance and what would happen, and particularly given the cyclonic region that you live in, what that impact is. So that'd be good.
With pleasure, Chair.
So thank you very much. Thank you. We will now just suspend for 1 minute. People can go to, so you're going to have you're right? You're right? All right, we might get Maria and... Yep. I now welcome representatives from the Tiwi Island Training Employment Board. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the committee has been provided to you, similar to the CEO, and welcome Scott to the Tiwi Enterprise, I think, Tiwi Enterprises? Yep. Tiwi Enterprises Limited. I welcome the CEO, Mr Scott Simpson, and Maria Harvey, CEO of Tiwi Island Training and Employment Board. Welcome you both. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the committee has been provided to you both. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yep. I'm Maria Harvey. I'm the CEO of Tiwi Islands Training and Employment Board, and the submission that we've sent in is on behalf of our board and really our leadership, just some points to bring to the committee's attention.
Okay.
Scott Simpson, CEO of Tiwi Enterprises.
Thank you. Ms Harvey, I'll go to you first. Do you have a short opening statement?
I do. It's just really an introductory to my submission. As I said, it's made on behalf of TITEB. Our organisation is the employment, training and allied education provider across the islands at all three main communities. We have a RAISE, formerly the CDP contract. We have a registered training organisation, a group training organisation, and we're the education engagement and attainment initiatives provider, which trades as the Tiwi School Support Service in all three Tiwi communities. Although we've got a high capacity to deliver the work, the items documented in our submission are the deterrents and challenges to progress that will need to be considered as emerging industries eventuate. Like most remote communities in the Northern Territory, the Tiwi region is strongest when employment aligns with Tiwi values, cultural structures and lived realities. Our research already established that uptake to employment is stronger when the labour market is overhauled to be more culturally inclusive.
Thank you. And Mr Simpson, do you have an opening statement?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to the committee for giving us the opportunity to present today. So, CEO of Tiwi Enterprises, we've been established since 2007. And I report to 8 directors, so one from each clan group, so we're 100% Tiwi owned. Our mission and vision has always remained the same, and it still does today, and it's all about economic development and Tiwi employment opportunities. Today, down the track, I'd like to talk more about the development of tourism on the Tiwi Islands and share a little history now and just a brief in the introduction, if I could, where we have gained valuable experience over my 6 years in my tenure around management of business, setting up structures, whether that's IT or employment structures with support of TITEB, right through till today where we've got 12 different business units, and one of them and the most recent acquisition has been Sea Darwin Sea Tiwi, which is a marine tourism business based in Darwin with the objective to bring tourism and develop tourism on the Tiwi Islands. Today we're in a position where we have progressed where we can operate tours in communities. So we have those permits in place through OTL. That's a major step towards employment opportunities, etc. Initially, that was never going to be the strategy for Sea Darwin Sea Tiwi. It was going to be more on country, so to pursue a Section 19s. However, in understanding the opening for Tiwi employment and the support we can provide around tourism in communities, that become apparent very quickly. So the tourism opportunities there now can provide examples. 17 tourists come just recently to Warramunga, and there was 12 employees involved in the execution of that tour in the one day. So that's a combination of dancers, and a coordinator, and also a tour guide. That rolled out beautifully. It doesn't step in the way of what Sea-Link does in regards to their tours. We don't want to go down that road as a competition. I think it's more about giving them a slightly different experience, and that comes with welcome dances and so on and so on. Not going deep into the itinerary. From that, that is obviously one big milestone we've hit where we've commenced tours in communities. The next one, which was only yesterday, which is a huge milestone in the scope of where we would like to take tourism, and we got the signatures for Section 19 in the middle of Melville Island. Parliamentary is the name of the corporation up there, and they signed off yesterday with the executive and in full council. So we've got that Section 19 signed, sealed, delivered. That, to me, is the basis of now bringing and nearly dropping the Sea Darwin, Sea Tiwi, so dropping Sea Darwin and introducing Sea Tiwi. The stage we're at there now is we're open for business. We've got the marine tourism structure. We're a bookable product, and we've got lots of bookable products. And to be able to bring that to the island then opens up opportunity for many of the smaller operators who have aspirations to commence tourism. That is a big ask. I get taps on the shoulder regularly about, I would like to do A, B or C, whatever tour it is. And you've got to go through the process of what does that actually mean? What do you need to get people on the ground? And that's quite a process. There's a lot of moving parts in the background for a bookable product to be able to bring people here and have Tiwi running their own businesses. We can support that in a big way. We have all of that infrastructure in place now. We have 3 years of experience, apart from myself having 35 years in the tourism industry. We, as a group and an organisation, have 3 years of experience with Sea Tiwi that can now share that with anybody who's keen to commence any sort of tourism operation right across the Tiwis. So we feel we would like to lead the way in executing the Polyanya experience, which is eco-tourism. We are eco-accredited, and I think that's a big ticket to have. If we're coming to the islands, we need to lead the way in that aspect. So we can share all of that really valuable information and help set up business right across the Tiwis. Anyone who's interested, the door is wide open. So in a nutshell, that's where we stand today with Tiwi Enterprises, and our big focus this year is to enhance and get more motivated around other opportunities for Sea Tiwi and business here on the islands.
All right. Senator, do you have any questions?
I do. Mrs. Harvey, I've got a question for you. Just looking at the submission from your organisation, it talks about one of the issues with some of the employment and training programs is that they're not designed to suit the cultural context here. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to some examples of how they are inappropriate for this context.
For sure. Look, as I do proceed, I just would like to acknowledge that there's 3 of the TITEB directors present at the hearing today, and that's Karina Coombs, who's our co-chair on Melville, also Richard Tangatalam and Stanley Tipalura, who are directors for Bathurst. Will take very seriously my role to live out their vision through me and their teams. Yep. The question was around, I'll give you a really, really good example. I'll give you a few examples actually. We lobbied for quite a number of years to be able to gain a C contract, which is Skills in English and Employment. So it's evolved from the old days where it used to be the LLMP program, which used to be partnered up with AMEP nationally, and it evolved into what's now the C program, which is Skills in English and Employment. And so we lobbied, we were able to tender and win that, but just an example of not being fit for purpose is that the absolute contractual requirement to deliver the C means that at the initial contact with a person who can't read or write is 19 pages of privacy and high-tech jargon that each individual has to get through, which is just not realistic, and we have to have evidence that we've taken them through all of it. Yeah. Even though it would probably overwhelm them and they'd probably never want to come back. Mm-hmm. So it's those sorts of things that we speak about, the really high administration expectation, when really the investment has to be into the human beings that are participating into the program. Another one is around just vocational educational training. As you know, the federal government, federal agency for VET, ASQA, has just overhauled the compliance framework that we live by, and just the fact that TITEB's been able to retain their registration in such a highly regulated industry is, just a credit to the directors and to the staff, to the RTO manager, because it is very, very hard to stay compliant in that particular industry. So most of the courses, most of the funding we are able to apply for is mostly straight down 12 months completion. Mm-hmm. And if you take just the realities of community, you've got sorry business, you've got mobility, you've got, family members with health challenges, all those sorts of things. People do complete, but it always takes longer than 12 months. We have a VET graduation every 2 years in Tiwi, because it takes people longer than 6 or 12 months to get through a Cert 2 or Cert 3 full course. But also another lobby point for us is that skill sets are much more agile and much more suited to communities, simply because of their duration. We drew up a matrix that's been submitted to the Northern Territory Government that helps people get qualified by stealth, if you like. Like they might rock up and do a white card, and then maybe the next month they might do senior first aid, and they might do 2 or 3 other skill sets, and then their RTO worker will show them that they're only 3 units away from a Cert 2, and then it just really changes their whole motivation around doing those last 3 units. But if we said to them on day one, you're going to do this for 18 months, we'd probably lose them in the second block. So it is about helping people achieve stuff by stealth so that they can see how far they've come and then use that as a confidence springboard into the rest of the qualification. So there are a couple of examples. I was at an ITECA conference last week. We're members of many industry groups and peaks, and we always work very, very closely with them to, try and overhaul policy to make policy more suitable or more fit for purpose for the realities of remote, and then the realities of being on an island that's actually not even attached to the mainland. So they had a National Skills Agreement representative present at that conference, and I gave some very, very, very strong feedback about pretty much the DEWA, NIAA, PM&C, that they'd really have to turn all their models upside down if they're serious about skills investment. And this isn't specific to the Tiwi Islands, this is actually across the whole country. I've been at TITEB for a decade now, and over that decade, if you multiply maybe $300,000 in CDP employer outcomes for low skilled and unskilled positions that people last in for 6 months versus 7,000 on the highest year for apprenticeship and traineeships as incentives. So it really does need to be turned upside down. Employers really need a lot more incentive to take on trainees and apprentices. It's a really hard sell. I've actually tried to talk my board into closing the GTO because it's just so hard. They don't want to. They know it's the only vehicle for skilled Tiwi, where they're doing a relevant industry course. They're actually exposed to a workplace where they become industry experienced and then become an industry specialist themselves that can pass it on to other Tiwis. So that's just a few examples.
Thank you for elaborating on that. Luke, happy to share?
Yeah, thanks. It's not just particular to people like living on the Tiwi Islands. A lot of universities now. One of our former colleagues, Bill Shorten, who's now running Canberra University, I was talking to him about this the other day. They're calling it micro-credentials. So you're kind of breaking up a bigger qualification into smaller parts because people are so busy. And whether it's cultural obligations or work obligations, whatever it is, when people are, got lots of demands on their time, there's lots of distractions, they're finding that to break up qualifications into micro or into smaller parts, and then people can say, oh, I've already done this, and they've invested a fair bit of time and effort and seen a result, and then do more, and that's been quite successful. So what you've done intuitively, because it's the way ahead, I think other people are catching on to that as well, and which is a credit to TITEP. Can you just flesh out the Tiwi school support services a bit more rather? So is that working with both the Catholic system and the NT government?
That's correct.
System?
Yeah. So it was formerly the remote school attendance strategy, and then Minister Burney overhauled it before she left into education, engagement and attainment initiatives on the premise that the previous inception of it was only focused on attendance and not really the guts of the learnings. We've got a highly skilled and experienced team now. It's probably about 90% Tiwi run, and it's also got a First Nations coordinator who has ties back to the Tiwi Islands through her heritage. We've pretty much got a really big team in Warramiunga. One of the disappointing aspects about this is that the truancy services through the Northern Territory Government don't visit Catholic schools, which is ironic because technically they still fund those Catholic schools. And
also, the truancy officers or the program that you run can't have any input into...
They don't. NT government schools only. So they go to Millie, they go to Pularumpi, and they go to Millie Carpety Primary School.
But not Xavier or...
They don't go to Xavier and MCPS, and the irony, like I said, is that the NT government funds them, but also that the need is much higher on Bathurst Island. They have a lot more challenges. They have a lot more inter-socio challenges that are keeping the kids from school. And they really, because it's not, we're not after punitive service. Preventative's better. And in fact, about 8 years ago, we had a truancy officer who was based in Tiwi, and he used to do all the schools. And his approach was preventative. He'd go and see a parent, he'd say, if he's not at school next week, you're getting a fine. And of course, people get their kids to school because they don't want a fine. And so that's how he'd operate. And they haven't had anything for many, many years. I'll just tell you what the statistics are on the My Schools, because it's the 5 days a week that's the hardest. It's sort of the fact that there's also no mutual obligation impacts directly into school attendance, because people don't have to be anywhere, and so mobility is high. People uproot themselves and their families, and there's a whole bunch of Tiwi and Darwin, Arnhem Land, you name it, but they're not here where they should be sending their children to school. We've actually, because of the Tiwi School Support Service, not on their own, there's also services called MURUP, there's also Red Cross, there's also Parliamentary Family and Children's Centre. We all work as like an army supporting vulnerable families to do better at getting their kids to school, and also once the kids are there, we're trying to have staff that help the kids actually want to stay at school. Xavier and MCPS have what we're calling stabilised school management. The principals have been there for over 3 years. They're very, very much a part of the community. They're highly respected by most families, and as a result of that, each year their attendance is going up slightly. In Millicarpity and Pearl and Gympie, Millicarpity is the highest. Sometimes they're on par with Stewart Park Primary Schools and Parak Primary Schools. They have gotten up to as high as 87% regularly in one semester. In Pearl and Gympie, they used to be the stars about 2-3 years ago, but through just an age, because it's a small community, but a whole bunch of kids went to high school, and then there was no kids coming through for a couple, so their numbers have dropped quite significantly. But yeah, they're all sitting around, Millicarpity's 71%, then you've got Pularumpi 66.9%, MCPS is 69%, and Xavier's 43%, understandably because it's a high school, and so once they get to year 10 or 11, it gets really harder to stay to finish. But pretty much, we just had an NIAA audit of that program yesterday. They were very impressed that our whole program is on a digital platform that our Tiwi staff utilise to enter all their data about transport, about parent follow-ups, about referrals to other more suitable programs when the family is in crisis. So yeah, we're very, very proud of the work they do, and we think that the more investment that happens in that program, the less of them are going to come to us at the RTO and not be able to read and write.
Yep.
Forgive my ignorance, but do they do, what's it called, NAPLAN in the government schools?
They do.
And is that tied to funding? So if there's kind of a lower score, they get more support?
It's July. It's after the show. They try and get as many kids back, because that's when the census time, that's when they allocate.
That's when their money gets looked at in August.
That funding isn't tied to NAPLAN.
Yeah, it's not NAPLAN. But that 66.9% in Wirramiunga, when last year it was less than 30%, is a huge. That's a huge increase.
It does fluctuate. Yeah.
That's good.
So, what allied services are there for the kids that are struggling? Do you provide them, or they're within the school?
So our service is more around supporting the families to get better at parenting, supporting the families to understand the value of education, supporting the families if they're at risk, if there's, because we're an absolute school children program, we have mandatory reporting, so all the staff do educate the parents and say if we see something, it's not personal, we have to report it. So so it's much more about supporting families to get better, and there's two parenting programs. There's the Parenting Under Pressure, and then there's the Triple P parenting program.
Who runs those, Marie?
UQ?
I know Triple P, yeah, but are you delivering them or?
No, we work with, what's Merrin's? NAPCAN. So we work with NAPCAN for the parenting under pressure, and then the Triple P one's online and it's free. It's all these resources, and just to give you an example.
But how did if you were a parent, just say you're a parent and you're struggling and it's come to the attention of the workers, how does a parent access those programs online? Did they go to TITEP?
Yeah, so through our teams, our green shirts teams, they're called. Yeah. This is a green shirt that I'm wearing. So through our green shirts teams, they
better than the yellow truancy ones, eh?
They facilitate. They facilitate sessions with the parents, and they say, "Would you like to access the parenting under pressure?"
Yeah, and then they take them.
Sometimes they just give them a fact sheet, because there's this really easy one that it helps the parent, and it only takes 5 minutes to do. You get the parent to really look at the child, and then you get them to think of 4 things they really love about that child. And then when they do get heightened about that child, they can go back to that. And so it's our workers know how to talk to parents and sell those concepts.
Yeah.
As they don't really undertake the program, but they get the snippets that's appropriate for their circumstance. We also do referrals to, if kids are at risk, we do referrals.
Yeah. You got any further questions? I was just gone.
No, you
go.
go.
No. Senator.
I was just going to ask Mr. Simpson if he could elaborate on some of the things that you've noted in your submission. I'm losing my voice today. At number 11, and that is, things that are needed to prepare Tiwi tourism for emerging industry. And I note that we've already spoken about in previous sessions barge and connecting infrastructure, but maybe if you want to touch on a couple of the others that haven't been touched on today.
Yeah, and if I could take the opportunity to probably backpedal before I get there is, I think there's a couple of really important things that need to be established in the industry, and one is to bring all of the interested organisations who are dabbling into tourism together. Bring them together so they're on the same page about who's developing what, and probably have someone in a position that can lead that and set strategies. The other one is, I think the Tiwi Islands has an opportunity now to have a base, a significant base that you could call a base camp, for example, where you could drive all of your tourism activity through. You could have research there. You could work in with the Tiwi Rangers around turtles. We do turtle tours. We're experts in that space. But to work in with rangers and have a turtle nursery and all those sort of things, a base is critical to moving forward for tourism on the islands. And we can all gather at that space and develop everything for all communities.
So do NT Tourism not have someone over it?
No. No, not based here on the Tiwis, no.
Shouldn't they?
Can I just clarify too, when you talk about a base and potentially a research base, are you talking along the lines of, say, something similar to Heron Island, where University of Queensland's had a long-standing relationship and they do active university research out of that place?
Absolutely a part of it. It's got to be, I think, a base that is, heavily tourism focused, where there is income opportunity and jobs for Tiwis. So you've got licences, available fishing licences across the islands. Mandupi is a good example of that, where if they were to become active and they had a base to work from, they could be utilising those licences. You've got the opportunity to create ecotourism in a location such as that. Like, we're going to commence that in the middle of Melville. However, I think if you have a base, they come back and you've got bed nights, you've got safaris, you've got fishing, you've got ecotourism, you've got the most important one is cultural tourism. It's such a sought after product internationally that it really is an eye opener what it could bring to the Tiwi Islands. to have a base, have accommodation, bed nights, and everything. It's a very real and probably likely viable opportunity.
You mentioned earlier that you've got a Section 19 lease. Is that part of that plan to establish a base? Is that?
No, it's not. Look, there's to be really open about the opportunity where this could happen would be Clearwater Lodge. So that's the aspirations of Manupi. Is that what they want? That's for them to confirm. If I was to propose something, that site is an incredibly powerful region to deliver that. We, with our Section 19, is to really prove that Tiwi Enterprises and our Tiwi employees can deliver an outstanding product and show them how we can do that, and then teach everybody behind the scenes how we got to that point. So yeah, that's a part of the building blocks, there's no doubt. Beyond that, I think the big picture is having someone who can play a strategic role and bring us all together and have a significant base that can be something that can really drive for the community of Pearl and Gympie would be enormous. There'd be so much involvement in all aspects of employment, from cleaning, tour guides, and the list goes on.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Yeah, earlier this morning I was very interested. I was asking a line of questions around, the Clearwater Lodge and what, could be there. But as you said, it's up to people whose land it is there to decide what they want to do. But it's good to see renewable energy, being part of what you're suggesting here, and recycling. I just would offer a comment that if there was an NT Tourism or Tourism Top End had someone permanently sort of living and working out here and sort of coordinating on behalf of different tourism ventures and different small businesses, that'd go a long way.
Certainly would. I think at this point, is there a full-time role for that? No, because of the amount of activity. But I think in the structural and in the development phase, there would be a lot of work for someone in doing that. I think the Tiwi Land Council has been very supportive without officially nominating someone, but I've had a lot of support from the Tiwi Land Council in regards to the development of Sea Darwin and Sea Tiwi, right through to today where we are with the Section 19, which is another conversation which I think they delivered extremely well. And to say that in the world of Section 19s is a pretty big tick, but the way they went about it in a really complex arrangement at the top of Goose Creek was done very well.
So Sea Tiwi is an extension of Sea Darwin, which already does a bear sand on trips and so forth. So what has been done here? So what's the Sea Tiwi bit of that business?
So it was about...
Do they stay overnight? Is accommodation...
At this stage, quite minimal. So yes, in and around events such as the grand final and the festival, but minimally. But now that we have the Section 19, and now that we have the permits we can start launching that. We didn't have that prior to essentially yesterday with the Section 19.
Congratulations.
Thank you. The directors are very proud, and they've got a real fire in their belly about what's next, and I'm mirroring what they've suggested is.
Can I ask, where's the Section 19, Scott?
Where?
What's it over? What area? What's the land?
We've got a Section 19, just a small parcel of land at the top of Goose Creek, or Andranagoo as known as. And that would be so we can establish a eco toilet, a small welcome centre, a place for us to drive to and then launch on, or put the people onto the boat.
Is that Aussie?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it is.
Good.
Yeah, fantastic. So,
thank you.
From that point, we then have a licence to operate with 12 kilometres of the river system, and that would be on an eco-tourism boat, and that would be heavily culturally driven with Tiwi guides, and it would be...
it's just looking, or is it a bit of fishing and crabbing as well, or what?
No, we want to work in with Tiwi Island Adventures, and this is why I think it's really important we have that person, whoever that may be, to, bring us together, which we do well anyway. So we talk about the river system and how we'll manage that, but it's no fishing, it's all ecotourism. And it opens up opportunity which is quite viable around bird watching. But cultural tourism is the big one, where we talk about country and all the aspects of culture on the Tiwi Islands.
Why no fishing?
Well, we'll leave
Given
that.
This is fisherman's paradise.
It is, certainly is. Look, I managed the lodges for 4 years and up here, and I just realised that you wouldn't want to cross that. I think there's already the experts, and it's a great operation, Tiwi Island Adventures, and I think they do it and they do it well. If we just have that addition where we're working together.
At the moment?
Willaranku.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's if we work together, we can feed people to each other, and there's so many more opportunities like that.
Yeah.
So, what's your view on this tourism accelerator thing that some representatives have been on, including some witnesses we had earlier?
Yeah, there's been a lot of fantastic conversations around, the vision for where we'll be in 2032.
Yeah.
I think coming back to our infrastructure development, I think we can become a significant part of delivering Indigenous tourism.
Yeah.
Absolutely could. We've got everything here. Is a mega opportunity. It's about talking to all of the traditional owners about where it can happen, but I continually get requests about we want to do this, this and this. So there's definitely appetite for the tourism right across every clan group's regions. And I think if we've got the infrastructure, and it comes back to, we've mentioned roads, there's probably some marine infrastructure around moorings, jetties would be really important to be able to do this well and do it safe and in the right locations. From there, I think we absolutely could meet not the volume that maybe the strategy would like to hit at 2032, but the volume for Tiwi would be very healthy without overdoing it. We don't want to bring too many people, I don't believe, but we want to deliver outstanding products where they pay a higher ticket price.
Yeah, that's encouraging. Thank you. Cheers, Chair.
Thank you. You got no other questions? You're right. Look, I thank you both, and always good to see you, Maria.
You too.
I think TITEP does a fantastic job, and I think you undersold the number of Rajed, the participants and stuff you've done. So I think, TITEP certainly has done a really good job across the island with jobs.
Yeah, I did want to actually talk about a couple of the things that are blocking, if
no,
that's okay.
That'd be good.
Yeah, so on 2 and 3 occasions, because, as you know, on the outer to the average Tiwi person, they wouldn't understand what working as a employment or pathway consultant, what the nuts and bolts of that work is. There's 52 screens per job seeker, and we have 928 job seekers across the island. And so we've got...
How many? Sorry,
928 across the 3. There's about 660 in Bathurst, and then about 150 apiece at the other 2. And so there's that, and also just want to acknowledge my RTO manager. Natasha's come to listen to this proceedings today, and even in the RTO, we just sent our compliance. One of our Tiwi employees who's fantastic in her understanding. It's a really, really highly technical environment in the RTO. She's just finished doing a job placement at an RTO in Darwin. So just so that, because people can't be what they can't see, and so when we have Tiwi employees that are excelling in their work, we do expose them to a mainstream equivalent so that they can gain new skills and also gain networking experience. One of my key frustrations is that there's no recognition or allowances or any kind of a policy or initiative that recognises and supports workers in these highly disadvantaged communities. And so what that means is that, you know, I've known of a ranger that has to watch his shirt dry because that many people live there, that if he doesn't watch it dry and lock it away, he won't have it, and that'll mean he'll lose his job. There's other people where there's 22 people living in the house. How does someone get to work on time? There's other ones where it's, you know, you can't get to pick where you live. You're lucky if you've got a roof over your head, and you're just lucky enough to live next door to the disco house, you know, and that means you go to work and your eyes are hanging out. You've been up all night, but you're trying to, you know, do a full shift the next day. So there's all of these things, and look, what, you know, they're my two pet blockers is the fact that, you know, this constituency hasn't had a public swimming pool for 12 years. And so we can't even deliver the Coxon certificate here because there's nowhere to do the man overboard units. You know, we were looking at maybe having it in Darwin, but I'm not going to stand at the gate at Casuarina Pool and make sure no one goes to the tavern. You know, it's once you get them there, you got to try and get them through that whole day's training. So it complicates something that should normally be achievable in community. So the other thing is that all through the Northern Territory and the regional towns, there's you know, there's affordable accommodation, and there's initiatives that recognise workers that are not on these huge salaries, but all the same they're workers. They're getting more income than people on welfare. And there's no like workers' villages or somewhere where there's rules around, you know, certain time, it's, you know, just so that workers can get enough sleep or actually get away from the humbug for a little while. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things that actually looks like failure to an outsider or to the person that's in charge of the employment establishment, but they're not failures, they're actually social challenges. Yes. And so I guess my view on the emerging industries is good. It's good, always good to have new opportunities, but they're getting chucked on top of, you know, second-hand infrastructure, neglected everything else, and that would make it problematic for them coming in as well, more problematic than it needs to be. I guess, yeah, I just did want to highlight those things particularly about, because people lose their jobs, you know, because they live next door to somebody that's fighting all the time or got their music on all night, and then they just can't get to work. So
thanks for mentioning
that. Yeah, I think that's like it's really important. We've heard a lot of this around, and it was good to get a lot of people in the room, Maria, today. But I think that the challenge. So I was going to ask Scott. So one of the earlier and you were sitting there when we heard from Penny, when Office of Township Leasing talked about, so the benefits of a township lease is the revenue that's raised out of that. So I get that some of that goes back to traditional owners, but so you work closely with Muntawupi, so how is that investment decisions being taken in terms of putting that money back into community infrastructure so it deals with, because I get that government should be doing more in community, and you know there's a lot more money we've put on the table for housing, and we're not going to solve everything. But if this model, which is creating, you know, and generating more profits, is that profit coming back into community infrastructure? I look at places like Grood Island, where on Grood Island they made a decision not to have royalties or land payments go to any individual landowner, and that money's all gone back into community infrastructure. Yeah. And, you know, like, we need to start having some of those broader discussions, Maria, and maybe that's something, you know, I'll certainly look forward to having discussions with Land Council and the different land trusts, because, you know, if there's new models and if we're looking at tourism and how do we go forward with that, can some of that investment go back into building some of that? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, education, jobs. It's a really, really good comment. We experience this with our. We've got a strong Tiwi employment, you know, through cleaning and our other business units, and we drive and pick up 90% of the staff every day. So we see what Maria is talking about, and also have a strategy around the shared job scenario. So we have a minimum of 5 or 6 people in one position, one full-time position, and those strategies for tourism is a must, because you have to deliver commercially every day. And we've found that strategy. We introduced that a few years ago with our cleaning and our gardening crews, and that works very well. So that strategy we know will take into tourism. And if there was investment to assist in picking those staff up on a consistent, and all communities were accustomed to that, and there was a time frame to that, you know, we can deliver some big outcomes. Yeah. So it's a great comment.
Well, no, I think it's really good, and we might pick up on your, certainly talk to our federal tourism minister, because he's certainly, implemented some really good stuff and supported in Central Australia. I might have a chat with him about up here and get someone from his office to touch base with you, Scott, to have a look at, and with Munapi, because I think that, if we're starting to develop that would be really good. But look, I thank you both and thank you for being patient. We were running behind time.
That's all right.
But I thank you both for your evidence today. If there was any questions taken on notice, we will send that to you and provide that to you when we send a copy of the Hansard transcript and get that back. So thank you both for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's also this document is downloadable from our website. It's a whole demography of just the workforce, what we can do, and sort of some of the stuff that may block us. So.
I thought you were going to give it to us.
Yeah, you can have us a photocopy. So.
Or our staff can get that down. We can, if it's on the website, we can grab that down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Are you happy to table it?
Thank you. I'm happy to table it.
All right, thank you.
And now we've got the Tiwi Coastal Alliance.
And the information is confidential, isn't it?
No, it's come out, but it's not on
So I now welcome representatives from the Top End Aboriginal Coastal Alliance. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees being provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Stanley Tablora, Public Officer.
Richard Tangatala, Secretary, Tika.
Do either of you want to make an opening statement?
Yeah.
Stanley.
My name is Stanley Tablora. Next to me, Richard Tangatala. Top End Aboriginal Coastal Alliance. Thanks to the Joint Standing Committee on Northern Australia for the opportunity to participate in this public hearing of the inquiry into preparing for emerging industries across Northern Australia. We welcome the inquiry's focus on preparing for emerging industries across Northern Australia, and submit that meaningful First Nation participation rooted in processes consistent with the principles of free, prior and informed consent, and supported by practical finance-enabled participation mechanism is essential to deliver improved environmental, social and governance and economic outcomes to the benefit of First Nation industries and Australia's national productivity. Background about TICA. TICA is a First Nations operated and controlled organisation established by senior First Nation leaders who represent various sea country and coastal estates of the northern part of Australia. Top End Aboriginal Coastal Alliance purpose is to represent the interest of and advocate for and enhance the capacity of Aboriginal people of the top end to directly engage with government, industry and non-government organisations in a culturally appropriate manner in relation to matters that may affect their sea country, coastal estates and other areas. TICA has gained over 200 members who are all First Nations persons with rights and interests in relation of sea country and coastal estates across the top end. TICA is an incorporated association registered in the Northern Territory since February 2024. TICA is governed by a management committee which are elected by TICA's membership and formed of senior First Nation leaders who have come together and worked cooperatively to identify those First Nation persons who recognise by and amongst their clan groups and First Nations communities as persons with cultural authority who can speak for sea country and coastal areas. Inquiry terms of reference. Rather than address each of the 11 aspects of the inquiry terms of reference individually, TICA addresses the terms of reference holistically by proposing 2 manually reinforcing mechanisms to deliver meaningful First Nation participation in emerging industries across Northern Australia across sectors and technologies. Number 1, a federally legislated First Nation loan guarantee scheme to unlock the capital access barrier by enabling equity participation by First Nations in major projects through access to affordable sovereign-linked finance. And the First Nation Gas Reserve within a National Gas Reserve framework to secure structured participation and benefit sharing where gas developments occur on or materially affect traditional land or waters. Together, these mechanisms address the inquiry terms of reference by supporting industry's uptake of FPIC, aligned governance, co-decision making and co-ownership outcomes for relevant industries, activities, which in turn support durable social licence to operate and other ESG outcomes while improving social economic outcomes for participating First Nation groups and communities by unlocking productivity, local employment and long-term wealth creation. The overarching intention of the policy proposal set out in our submission to the committee is to elevate the role of First Nation in relation to emerging industries in Northern Australia by moving away from compensation-based agreement between industries and First Nation parties and towards co-ownership and co-decision-making roles for First Nations. Thank you.
Stanley, members of the committee, Senator, you have a question?
I do actually. So in terms of the membership of TICA, does it go right across Northern Australia or just right across Northern Territory?
No, the committees are set up with there's 13 committees across the coastal areas that is in the ember zone of where they're operating for gas, like the Barossa,
yes,
and the Blacktip, Wayuundan. So it's just committees set up across the coastal areas that the industry has to consult with when they're doing the activities.
Yeah, but is it just the territory, not
just
across
the
Northern
territory.
Australia?
Okay, all right. I guess the reason I asked that question is because I'm the Green senator sitting on the committee. I totally understand why, if there is a development, First Nations people should have the right to an equity stake and to share in that development. I guess what struck me when I read the submission was it looks to me that it opens up the door to engage in further gas development beyond what there already is, and in a context where we know that oil and coal and gas are making the climate crisis worse, and that the top end is going to be the place that's hit first and hardest. I'm just interested in unpacking, is it the case that the First Nations communities that you consulted with actually want more gas development, or is it the case that they're saying if we are having it foisted upon us and it's going to happen regardless, you want to share? Because I guess from my perspective, I don't want any more coal, oil and gas because the climate's going to become unlivable, particularly for people in the top end.
So you're referring to the FPIC?
Well, this First Nations gas reserve, so I just want to understand that a bit better. So is that saying gas that's already slated to be produced, you want a reservation of it, or is it saying there's therefore a view that there should be more gas development?
That's for new projects.
Yeah.
Future projects.
Mm-hmm.
That's not for the existing projects right now.
So some of those communities are contemplating that they would be okay with new gas projects?
No.
No?
No, it's an idea.
Okay.
It's a new idea, new big idea for Indigenous companies to be part of a solution in economic development.
Yes.
Like the Prime Minister said at Garma, he wants Indigenous companies to be part of the solution.
Yes.
In economic development, and it's not just for gas; it's for any big project in any community, and the traditional owners that want to be part of it. This mechanism can make that happen in the submission.
Now, when you say it's for any project, though, is that the loan guarantee scheme?
Yeah, the loan guarantee.
Yes. So that part I totally get.
Yeah.
Like I can see why you would want that in place, and that seems like a much better option. I guess the bit that surprised me, I guess, was that in addition to that is this idea of a gas reservation. When I would have thought that if the concern is the impact of climate on northern communities, that you wouldn't want any more gas. Or is that a contested space across the communities, for example?
Our country is, we are connected to our country through songlines, through stories. It is important to us, and by getting us involved, we're at the table from the start to finish for new projects.
Yes, I guess.
And that's the whole idea of coming in as co-ownership.
I guess from my perspective, maybe as somebody who's worried about the future of my kids and grandkids, I actually would love the idea that if First Nations community have the capacity to say no to something that's going to make that worse for all of us, that would be a good thing.
It's up to the First Nations.
Yeah.
It's not up to TICA, it's not up to the government, it's up to the traditional owners of that area that is affected by the projects. And if they don't want the project to go ahead, they can say no.
Yeah.
They got the right to say no. They don't want to be part of it. But if they do, then,
So I'll go back one step from Senator Almond Payne. So what is TICA?
Top end Aboriginal Coastal Alliance.
Yeah. So what's it? So tell me. So walk us through. So where's your membership and how does it work, Stanley?
There's 13 committees There's 13 committees across the coast of Northern Territory.
And who manages all these committees?
There's the committees, like the chair of Tiwi is Wesley, and they got chair of West Arnhem. They got how many in West Arnhem? There's about 3 or 4 committee members. There's Cardo Lullingen, there's Port Keats area, Rak Bajala.
I think it's these.
Yeah, I'm just trying, yeah.
And these committees are made up to do consultation work with the gas companies, wherever they're doing activities that affect our country. So if they do an activity, they have to contact TICA and do consultation.
So you're only concentrating on gas companies, but if there's other activities happening within the coastal area.
Yeah, if they're doing seismic, then they have to let us know. They have to come to us and let us know. If they're doing drilling, if they found new wells, they have to talk to us.
So how does that differ from? How does TICA differ from? So land councils have statutory roles.
Yeah, I'm happy to explain.
And it needs to be, all right, because there's duplication, or it could be perceived as duplication. So gas companies, and I get what Senator Almond Payne's saying, but just say someone, they find a gas thing out here and they want to do, they're doing exploration and they can find, they find the gas. Yeah. They'll approach Tiwi Land Council, or in terms of doing consultation, which Tiwi Land Council has the statutory role under the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, which also covers the intertidal zone. So it's not just land, it's sea. So where does TICA? So how do you work? Because I know you are also on the land council. Well, you're on the land council. Yeah. I don't. You.
It's separate.
Yeah, I know
so
it's separate. I'm trying to understand it.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that.
Yeah.
It was from this country, the Tiwi case, that found that land council weren't doing any of that.
Right.
They weren't doing any consultation. It was through the court that found that evidence.
Yeah.
That this is where TICA come about, because they weren't doing anything, no consultation, nothing. It was found in court. So that's why TICA was created, and who's the regulator? NOPSEMA.
Yeah.
NOPSEMA are happy with TICA because we're a one-stop shop. If they want to consult with West Arnhem people, they contact TICA and we'll organise the meetings with West Arnhem people. If they want to talk to Tiwi people, that they contact TICA. And they love the idea. Because with Land Council it just wasn't working, and they found that in the Tiwi case.
No, I'm very familiar with that case, Stanley. But what I'm trying to understand who funds TICA, and where do you, how do you get funded to undertake the role? I'm not saying that it's not an important role. I'm trying to understand, how does your role differ from the land councils? And that it's not only just Tiwi, it's also West Arnhem. It's also right across to, like if we look, Port Keats, Mob, Wadeye. So you've got Northern Land Council and New Mob. So how does that differ from what Land Council's role should be?
How does that differ? Can you break that down more?
So, under the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, land councils have a statutory role. So, I don't get, NOPSEMA might be, so I know in that report they found that Tiwi Land Council failed to consult and to do their work. I get that. But at the same time, so that's when Land Council was going through a lot of, it was having real issues and CEOs and stuff. I think that got resolved, but the case wasn't favourable to Land Council.
Yeah.
But TICA doesn't have a statutory role or function for and on behalf of Land Trust. So not SEMA, even though they talk to you, they still have to go to the Land Council because the Land Council are the statutory body that looks after that intertidal zone. That's all I'm saying is, so, and you would know that, you're a Land Council delegate.
No, I'm not.
Aren't you on the Land Council? Okay. No. So there's no conflict.
No.
So that needs to. So who funds you to?
We're still in the process. I think we're talking outside the terms of reference, but I'm happy to talk about it.
Yeah.
We are in process now of getting support letter from NLC.
Yeah.
And TLC.
Okay.
For funding from NIAA to operate.
Okay.
Yep. Right now we're just being sponsored, by good advice with in-kind support to help us operate, help us travel to Adelaide, Perth, wherever we have to go.
Is it the land councils that are providing that sponsorship?
No. We're talking to NIAA now, and they need support. We did everything else. We ticked all the other boxes. Yeah. It's just support letters from the land.
So land councils support what you're doing.
NLC does, except one region. Which region was that one? The one with your nephew.
Who's my nephew?
Well, Twin Hill there.
Oh, for the
that region.
Finniss River.
That region is.
Okay.
They're asking for more information.
Because the Finniss River.
But everyone else supports.
Okay.
Everyone else supports. Yeah. So we're in the process now of getting funding to operate.
Okay. Yeah. So we got your submission. There was some recommendations. It was marked confidential, but is it?
It's public now, yeah.
So it's public?
Yeah,
so
public. It's on the website.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. So we could continue to have. So what? So how many? You haven't got any staff. So it's just you mob going around talking to people. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Stanley, can you just explain in sort of layman's terms what the First Nations Loan Guarantee Scheme, why is that the most important recommendation for TICA?
Well, like I said earlier, if the TOs want to be part of big projects which governments approve in their area, and if they want to be part of that project, or if they want to be owners, that helps them make that happen.
Yep. And I was just wondering how it's different to like the North Australia infrastructure facility that has very favourable loan conditions, but it's generally over 10 mil. And then the NT government's got low interest loans because the Commonwealth gives them, we've given them 50 million to provide under 10 mil kind of loans. I'm not sure if any Aboriginal organisations have applied for one of those loans, but they're designed where the market, as in the banks, aren't providing a good enough deal. So then the North Australian Infrastructure Facility, or via the NT government for smaller loans under 10 mil, can provide those loans. Have you heard of the North Australian Infrastructure Facility?
No.
Yeah. I was just wondering how this scheme would kind of be different, but I'll just do a bit more reading on what you're recommending. And, yeah. And it's something for me to follow up as well, because I'm not sure if there has been any Aboriginal organisations take out a NAIF loan, but I'm meeting with the fella in Cairns who runs the North Australian infrastructure facility, so I'll ask him.
So we could, I mean, that's probably something that we need to, you know, in terms of the NAIF and sort of like this, because if you're looking at, you know, so we'll have a look at that and then we can keep talking.
Yep.
I'll keep talking to you, Stanley. And did you want to add anything for us?
Just had a bit, you know, as you know that many things was happening during many years when old people was around, and a lot of ships went past, and not, you know, our people not knowing that things happening, and everything was quiet, you know, and now that people now knowing that there is things happening offshore, so, and there are companies that are willing to, you know, open doors, and where, you know, it's just something that Aboriginal, Indigenous people just, or Tiwi, who have this as well, so it's about, you know, economic development, like, you know, we want to live like everyone else, you know, good, where money is spent in a way better, you know, health, education, and others, you know, and we want that. It's about our future children.
Well, I could just make a comment that it's through you, Chair. It's very understandable that people living on country traditional owners want to have a stake in that, the benefit of that economic development. But there are examples. There's a critical minerals company, territory company called Tiwi, and they've actually provided some equity to the traditional owner group. This is in the East Kimberleys, and that is, you know, hopefully there's a big resource there and everyone benefits a lot. But I think, I'm really proud of them for trying to show some leadership in this space by providing some equity, so that the benefit from, so more than just royalties, they've got a stake in the success of that venture. So I hope that things are sort of turning that way.
Yeah, that's what we want, you know, it's about keeping our people that's...
Full ownership is good, like with the port, to be fully Tiwi owned, that's great. But also if there's you know, projects, if it's a mining project, for example, to have a stake in it is a good thing.
There was like green hydrogen. There was a green hydrogen project that was being looked at for here. You know, like that would be great, rather than you know, because the reality is we know that, you know, the gas stuff and those reserves. I don't think there's any new reserves that's on the horizon, and I just think that like I agree with Luke. I think that there are companies like Tiwi. I'm just trying to think who those green hydrogen mob that was trying to do they wanted to do some projects here. They would be good things to do. You know, there's huge renewable projects and stuff. I think right around the coast, I think the top end, you know, given climate change and the environment stuff's a big issue, that's sort of stuff that can... But then again, you know, the gas companies pay big money too. And why not have you know, if people want to have a stake in that. But I don't know what reserves, you know, are coming, but we can keep talking about this. If you've put something into NIAA, it'd be good to get a copy of that, and then we can follow up and try and find that. Stanley, if you want to send that through to my office, and then I can have a look at that. All right.
Yep, I'll do that.
Is there anything else you wanted to say, you two? Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
So I do thank you, and if there's anything, but I don't think that you've agreed to take anything on notice, did we? No, there was nothing on notice. So we'll send you a copy of the Hansard transcript anyway of what you said, what we said, and then things. So that concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all the witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee's agreed that any responses to questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of witnesses receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript, and the committee stands adjourned.